Hey, Friday in the gas lamp. We're back in San Diego as this 4-game series against the Padres continues after last night's back-and-forth opener. Tonight, it's Zack Greinke pitching for the Diamondbacks against San Diego's Jared Cozart. The D-backs and the Padres on Fox Sports Arizona. Good evening from Petco Park and welcome to the broadcast. Steve Berthune and Bob Brenly along the way. Zack Greinke gets the baseball tonight, coming off a bad day in Boston, Bobby. Gave up 9 earned runs and got only 5 guys out.
I'll tell you, you expect a certain level of success when Zack Greinke takes the mound. That made it all the more shocking the way the Red Sox beat him around in that game at Fenway Park. He admittedly said all of his stuff was flat, couldn't get any downward movement on any of his pitches, and that Red Sox offense will make you pay.
Included in that pitching line against Boston, 3 home runs. Now, one of the keys for Zack Greinke and the D-backs today will be to contain Travis Jankowski. He had a big night last night, 4 hits. He scored 3 runs, stole a base. He's really becoming one of the guys that makes this team go.
Yeah, one of a number of young players in the National League with speed at the top of the order. We've talked a lot about Trey Turner of the Washington Nationals lately, and Travis Jankowski out of the same mold. When he gets on base, it changes the game.
Yeah, the Padres are 18-4 this year when Jankowski steals at least 1 base. So it's Zack Greinke and Jared Cozart, the D-backs and the Padres from Petco Park on Fox Sports Arizona.
Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by CenturyLink. Switch to CenturyLink Prism TV for an advanced TV experience. Learn more at cprismtv.com. By Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Double Jack Burger today, only at Jack in the Box. By Oregano's. Step up to the plate for a guaranteed home run at Oregano's, your neighborhood pizza joint, location statewide. And by your Valley Honda dealers, where you get more standard features for less money.
Diamondbacks baseball on Fox Sports Arizona is brought to you by Lone Butte Casino. Get in on big wins. By Chaz Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Choose Chaz. And by GigaBlast, 100 times more powerful internet from Cox. Bring on tomorrow. Oh, a little later inside Petco Park than we're used to. 7:40 starts on Fridays. Padres have already decided to scrap that idea for next year. Good call. Greinke and Kozar, D-backs, and the Padres. When do we come back? Nice and cool here in downtown San Diego. Beautiful Friday night for baseball. Inside Petco Park, Steve Berthew, Bob Brenly, and Jody Jackson with you. Yes, it is a perfect night, 70 degrees. A lot of Diamondback fans here with us as we start the weekend and continue this 4-game series against the Padres. Diamondbacks have had at least 10 hits in 3 consecutive games in this ballpark. Last time they did that same season was 2004. So Chip Hale's ball club, Bob, tonight looking for more offense. They had plenty last night.
Plenty of offense last night. Just made some fundamental mistakes that really cost them in the ball game. Here's how Chip's going to line them up tonight. Gene Segura at second base leading off. Michael Bourn out in center field. Paul Goldschmidt at first base. Jake Lamb down at third. Yasmani Tomas in right field. Wait a minute, he didn't hit a homer last night.
Yeah, somebody messed up.
Something's wrong. Wellington Castillo behind the plate. Mitch Haniger out in left field with Chris Owings at short. And Zach Greinke on the mound.
Your Arizona Ford starting pitcher for the Padres is Jared Kozar, 26-year-old right-hander. Just his 8th start this year. He's walked more than he struck out this season. And Kozar began this year with the Marlins. He was sent to San Diego at the trade deadline as part of the deal for Andrew Cashner. He gets the ball here tonight.
Pitched well against the Mets his last time out. Went 6 innings, gave up only 3 hits and 1 run in that ball game. Took a no decision away from it. When he's good, he's pounding a sinker down at the bottom of the zone. Has a curveball and a changeup to go along with it. But as you said, command can be an issue for Kozar.
Let's take a look at the Padres defensively. Our eye on defense for San Diego, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Center.
Yeah, hopefully this is the last time you see Travis Jankowski tonight. He'll be out in center field, flanked by Alec Dickerson in left. Christian Bethancourt in right. It'll be Solarte and Noonan on the left side of the infield. Schimpf and Myers on the right side, with Derek Norris doing the catching for right-hander Jared Kozar.
Mike McClinsky behind the plate. He's got the balls and strikes tonight. Marty Foster at first base. The second base umpire is Doug Eddings. And the crew chief, Mike Winters, is at third. And before we throw out our first pitch tonight, it's time for Bob Brenly's Valley Honda Dealers Key to the Game.
Well, it all starts at the top. We've documented what Jankowski did last night. The top 3 guys in the Padres order last night combined for 8 hits, a walk, a hit batter, and scored 7 runs in the game. So let's try to do a little better job with those guys at the top of the Padres order.
A 7:40 start on Friday nights when the Padres wear their old brown and gold, like they should all the time, but that's another story. And we are set to go as Gene Segura leads it off. Gene leading the National League in hits.
Come on, Gene.
And guess who Bob Brenly has picked as part of this beat the streak? He is red hot right now. Now you've already got a base hit from Altuve, right, in Houston?
Altuve had at least a couple of hits. I didn't see the final in that game. Once he gets one, I don't care.
315 with 11 home runs. That one is going to reach the seats. It's out of play. Segura homered last night to equal his home run total from the previous 2 seasons combined. And 11 homers is one shy of his career high set 3 years ago when he was an all-star with the Brewers.
Yeah, he homered in the 6th inning last night. A 2-run shot just to the left to straightaway center. Also hit a double to straightaway center field that had home run distance.
Doubled and homered last night. Drove in 2 runs. Scored twice. Start at the top. Cozart behind 2-1. Cozart has not pitched very well for 2 years now, but as Bob mentioned, he did show some flashes his last time out. That was Saturday at Citi Field against the Mets. 1 run on 3 hits in 6 innings. Segura off the glove of Schimpf and into right center. That should be scored a base hit. And Bob Brenly's streak continues.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love this game.
What are you up to now?
Double check here. I want to make
You're
sure.
18 according to our graphic.
Yeah, 2 today gives me 18.
You can play Beat the Streak along with Bob at MLB.com. Sign up and pick 1 or 2 guys a day.
You know, at some point I'm going to have to get off Gene Segura, but
It
I don't
ain't
know
broke.
when.
It ain't broke.
I don't know when. Hits the ball hard at least 3 or 4 times every night.
Well, Segura 24 stolen bases is on first. Here's Michael Bourn. Well, that didn't take long at all. Usually there's a little drama.
I like to get it over with quickly.
Michael at 256. He's got 3 home runs. And he had a big RBI single in the 8th inning last night that gave the D-backs the lead at that point in the ball game. Another clutch hit for Michael. He's had a bunch of them this year, it seems. Segura holds. That one misses away, and it's 2-0 on Bourn. Solarte just about even with a bag at third. Myers holding on Segura at first. Michael gets this up in the air to Jankowski, drifting over toward left center. And he's got it. That's the first out. There's Paul Goldschmidt.
Partner, I know you're a big fan of the Arizona Fall League, seeing a lot of the stars of the future before they become stars. And Jared Cozart is a guy that kind of surprised everybody in that Phillies organization. He was a 38th round draft pick back in '08. But I actually saw him pitch in the Florida State League All-Star game. He really put himself on the radar. A guy that kind of came out of nowhere. Put up good numbers at the minor league level. Been traded a couple of times based on the possibility of what's there for Cozart.
Out of League City, Texas. Drafted by the Phillies out of high school in '08. Phillies sent him to Houston 3 years later in a trade for Hunter Pence. And he made his big league debut with the Astros. That was 2013. Cozart then sent to Miami at the trade deadline 2 years ago, and this year dealt at the deadline again from the Marlins to the Padres. He's ahead of Goldie 0-1 with Segura at first. Curveball's in there for a strike, and Goldie's down 0-2. He's hitting .301 on the year with 18 home runs. Singled and walked last night. He scored twice. With a fastball on 0-2, but missed, and it's a ball and 2 strikes. Goldie's hit safely in 4 straight games.
Diamondbacks stole a couple of bases in the ball game last night. I thought they might be a little more aggressive than they were against Paul Clemens and that Padres bullpen last evening. Derek Norris behind the plate's thrown out 24% on the season.
Segura still holds, and Goldie strikes out. 2 down.
Hopefully Paul Goldschmidt sees that pitch again later in the ball game. Fastball up and out over the plate, just kind of swung right through that one. That's a ball he normally drives to that gap in right center.
Well, Jake Lamb's family down here in San Diego with us this weekend, visiting from Washington State. 269, 24 home runs. He's knocked in 75 to lead the team. Up there with Segura at first and 2 outs. Jake's mom and dad are here. They were down on the field before the ball game today with a bunch of friends. Everybody taking pictures. Shift is on for the Padres, and there's ball 1. Jake Lamb singled and walked twice last night and really had some very encouraging at bats as he tries to snap out of what's become a 2 for 32 skid right now. It's this in the air along the left field line. Dickerson on the run, and he won't catch up to it. It drops it in foul ground, but it's a ball and a strike.
Well, Jake had only the 1 hit on the evening with the 2 walks, as you mentioned, struck out twice, but he hit some really hard foul balls. I don't know if that's a good sign or not, but a couple of line drives into the bleachers down the right field line, a long fly ball that just missed the foul pole down the right field line.
Yeah, trying to get back on track after that monster June when he hit 9 homers and had 27 RBIs in 26 games. But since July 1st, Jake's hit just 229.
You saw Jake taking inventory as he grabbed his bat when he got back in the batter's box. It sure sounded like he cracked his bat on that foul ball down the third base line, but checked the handle, tapped it on the plate, declared it ready to go.
Got that axe bat with the axe handle on the bottom, no knob. We showed you that earlier this year. That's becoming more and more popular all over the big leagues, especially with players who've had hamate bone injuries before. It's a little easier on that bottom hand. You can see that handle of the bat. It's shaped like an axe handle. Good shot of it right there. Great job by our crew. 1-2. Missed with a fastball, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
I mentioned Cozart mainly relies on a sinking fastball. He'll throw a high 4-seamer. He'll cut it occasionally, but the sinker is his bread and butter. When he's going good, he gets a lot of ground balls with that pitch down in the zone.
Yeah, that starts Saturday in New York against the Mets. Just 1 run allowed in 6 innings. He had 15 of his 18 outs on ground balls. That one's in there. He gets 2 strikeouts. Cozart strikes out Goldie and Lamb. They strand Segura. Zach Greinke coming up from San Diego. Petco Park in downtown San Diego, set for the home half of the first inning. The D-backs and the Padres in your Arizona Ford. Starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks is Zack Greinke. His third start since he returned from that strained left oblique, and he was bludgeoned by the Red Sox in Boston Sunday. 9 earned runs, 10 hits, including 3 homers. He retired only 5 batters and said afterward it just happened so fast he didn't realize how bad it actually was.
Well, he's had plenty of time to reflect on how bad it was, and hopefully he'll turn it around. As Jody told you earlier, 7-1 with a 191 against the Padres in 14 career starts. Of course, this is a little different Padres team than he's pitched against in the past.
Travis Jankowski, who had a big night last night, leads it off for the Padres. 263 and 1 home run. Jankowski last night a career high 4 hits. He stole a base. He scored 3 times from the leadoff spot. And Chip Hale was saying after the ball game last night, the Diamondbacks are going to have to go back and rethink the ways to get Travis Jankowski out and do a better job against him, because he's really stepped up as of late, the last 3-4 weeks or so, and been one of the guys that makes this team go. As Chip said, he's getting on base, and then he's causing a lot of chaotic things with his base running. At a stolen base last night.
And twice advanced on wild pitches.
Jankowski, 26 stolen bases. He leads all major league rookies. 26 steals, good for 4th most in the National League. 2-2.
Jankowski looks like he should be playing for the Padres. Got that sun-in blonde hair. Kind of reminds me of Tim Flannery back when Tim Flannery was a utility player here in San Diego. Had the long blonde locks hanging out the back of his helmet.
It's funny, he looks like the ultimate California kid, but he's from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and played his college ball on Long Island. At Stony Brook. This is lifted in the air to center. Michael Bourne is over there, and he's got it for the first out. The lineup for Andy Green, San Diego Padres tonight.
Jankowski once again at the top. He'll be out in center field. Will Myers making his way to the plate at first base again tonight. Yangervis Solarte down at third. Alex Dickerson in left. Brian Schimpf at second base. Christian Bethancourt out in right field. Derek Norris doing the catching. Nick Noonan at shortstop, and Jared Cosart, the right-hander, on the mound.
You're a good egg, Noonan. Will Myers, couple of hits and scored twice last night. He drove in a run. There's strike 1 from Greinke. Myers batting .273. Tops on the Padres with 23 home runs and 71 runs batted in. Greinke with some fastballs jumps ahead 0-2. Zach was saying after the game against the Red Sox Sunday that, you know, most of the time opposing hitters don't hit his off-speed pitches very good, but the Red Sox hit all his off-speed stuff in that ball game. And what was so unusual for Zach, you know, every time he threw something up there, it felt good. He just kept getting pounded. And so despite the fact he felt very confident every time he threw a breaking ball or an off-speed pitch, they hit it. He strikes out Myers, 2 down. Our eye on defense for the D-backs, brought to you by Nationwide Vision Centers.
Haniger, Bourne, and Tomas once again left to right across the outfield. Jake Lamb at third. Chris Owings at shortstop. Gene Segura at second base. Paul Goldschmidt over at first, with Wellington Castillo behind the plate tonight for Zack Greinke.
So based on what Zach went through against the Red Sox, it will be interesting tonight to watch the changeup, the slider, and the curveball. Yangervis Solarte. He's been primarily all fastball so far to start things off. Solarte, as he always seems to do, had a good night against the Diamondbacks. 290 and 13 homers. Singled twice and walked last night. He scored 2 runs. Solarte, a switch hitter, batting from the left-hand side, so the Diamondbacks will put the shift on. Jake Lamb over in the second base spot.
You know, looking back to that series at Fenway Park, other than Zach Godley in relief of Patrick Corbin in Game 1 and Daniel Hudson in his limited experiences, nobody threw well against that Red Sox offense.
Well, Patrick Corbin had a rough time in his start. Well, Zach Greinke gets 2 strikeouts in the inning. Mows down the Padres 1-2-3. Second inning for Petco Park on the way. Go as we start the second inning. Fans follow Diamondbacks baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app. You can stay up to the moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast news, the whole thing. Just download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and your tablet. As Manny Tomas leads it off against right-hander Jared Cozart. Cozart struck out Goldie and Jake Lamb to win the first after a Segura leadoff single. Yasmani drives this one deep to left center field, and that one's going to reach the wall. Yasmani Tomas is in at second with a stand-up double, his 22nd of the year. Driving the bus. He's now hit safely in 5 straight.
Elevated fastball inside part of the plate. Those tend to get hit pretty hard by Yasmani Tomas. This one no exception. Gapper to left center. See if the Diamondbacks can chase him around there now. They've had some issues with those leadoff extra base hits and stranding guys right at the base. So let's see if Wellington can at least move Tomas up to third base here.
That was a big issue in the ball game last night. Wellington Castillo, 270 and 12 home runs. Very good night last night. A 3-hit night he drove into. That one's chopped foul over the head of Matt Williams at third. Castillo had 3 singles and 2 RBIs in his first 3 at-bats last night.
And 2 of those singles came right back up the middle of the field. You take one of those right now.
That's lifted in the air the other way, and it drops in front of Bethancourt in right field. A double and a single open up the Diamondbacks second against Jared Cozart.
Nice job. Try to move the runner, try to hit the ball to the right side, and the baseball gods will reward you for trying to do the right thing. Little soft liner off the end of the bat by Wellington Castillo, but that inside out swing produces a line drive into right field. Diamondbacks have it cooking here in the second.
Well, Mitch Haniger has certainly got it cooking. Pretty good start to his big league career. Yasmani Tomas at third, Wellington Castillo at first, and here's the rookie Haniger. Curveball is in there for strike one. Haniger's 6 for 13 with 5 RBIs in the major leagues. He has hit in all 3 games since he made his debut on Tuesday after his call up from AAA Reno. Checks his swing and it's 1-1. Haniger has tied a D-backs record, 6 hits and 5 RBIs in his first 3 big league games. 3 hits last night, including a huge 2-run double. That came with 2 outs in the 7th inning. One-run double off Brad Hand. And Haniger ahead 2-1. Goes to that curveball and gets a strike. 2-2. The red hot Chris Owings on deck. 2 more hits for CO last night. Chases a 94-mile-an-hour fastball that tailed out of the strike zone. 3 strikeouts for Cozart, 1 down in the second.
Yeah, I think that's a cutter from Cozart. Occasionally it's just a 4-seamer that he gets around the side of the ball a little bit, but that looked like an intentional cutter out there off the outside corner to get strike 3 from Haniger.
So 1 down for Chris Owings, who's hitting .278. He's homered twice. 2 more hits last night, including a triple. His 7th of the year. Chris has now hit safely in 10 of his last 11 games, a .400 batting average over that span with 7 extra base hits.
Man, not a cheapie in the bunch. Everything he's hit's been right off the barrel, driving it to the gaps. Hard line drives through the infield.
Travis Jankowski once again shaded over toward that right center field gap where CO has been living large lately. Bounces this one to shortstop. Tough play for Noonan. He collects it. Owings beats it out, and Tomas scores. It's 1-0 Diamondbacks. Infield single and an RBI for Chris Owings.
Well, didn't exactly barrel it up, but that'll work. Gets Yasmani Tomas on the plate, giving the Diamondbacks an early lead here. Still have a chance to put up a crooked number in this inning with Zach Greinke at the plate.
Castillo at second, Owings at first, 1 down.
Archie Bradley had all kinds of issues trying to get a bunt down in a ball game last night. Struck out his first 2 at-bats in the game trying to put down a bunt.
But square to bunt, pull back and take the strike, and got himself behind in the count. And when you do that trying to get 1 down, it's tough. Myers coming in from first. Greinke pulls back and takes ball 2.
Always a dangerous situation. Runners at first and second in an obvious sacrifice bunt situation. If Zach would happen to bunt through the ball, Wellington Castillo at second base becomes very vulnerable to a pickoff attempt. There'll always be a middle infielder at the bag at second. And when Zach, if he bunts through the ball, that's when Wellington will try to get an extra step or 2.
He popped it up. Solarte can't get to it in foul ground, and Greinke still alive with a 2-1 count. It's a big sports day here in San Diego. Just across town, the Cardinals are here playing the Chargers in an exhibition game, preseason game. Right now the Big Red trails 19-zip late in the third quarter.
I think Coach Arian said they wanted to work on their comebacks today. It is preseason. It's like spring training, for crying out loud.
Whatever BA says, I agree with. Yep, that's my policy. Had a good crowd here last night, 32,000. Not quite as many here tonight, maybe because of the football game. He did not go, says Marty Foster.
I like that when Zach asked for his own appeal.
It's just a reflex, it seems.
Yeah, he pulls the bat back, or at least in his estimation he does, and says, yeah, check with him.
He'll tell you. Myers in again from first. And he gets the bunt down on the 3-1 pitch. Myers goes to third. And they get the force on Castillo. Nicely done by Will Myers, charging in from first base. They erase the lead man.
We were just recently talking about Keith Hernandez when he played for the Mets, making first base a very aggressive position, and Will Myers does the same thing here. Not an easy play for a right-handed throwing first baseman to come in and scoop that ball, turn and fire to third, but able to get it there just in time for the force out.
And remember, this is his first full year playing first base, Will Myers. He's still learning down there. Segura led off the game with a base hit, extending Bob Brenly's beat the streak to 18.
Gene, the hitting machine. They call him that for a reason.
And on board. 2 on and 2 out. Segura now with a 6-game hitting streak. He's hit safely in 12 of his last 13 games.
And that home run he hit last night in the 6th inning was a blast.
I bet you. Into the Padre bullpen in center field. His 11th of the year, equaling his home run total from the previous 2 seasons combined. That's a strike. Inside fastball, 1-1. Mike McClinsky says, yep. Gene is not happy. Segura hits that one foul down the right field line, and it's 1-2. Gene Segura, he's doubled in 4 consecutive games. That's a career high for him. Diamondbacks already with 4 hits against Jared Cozart. Had 8 runs on 14 hits last night. Just did get a piece of that one. Slow curveball from Cozart.
We mentioned in last night's ball game, Christian Bethancourt playing right field is a catcher by trade. This is his 3rd start in right field on the season, and Alex Dickerson in left field plays extremely deep as well. This is one of those situations where Gene could get a hustle double if he gets a ball through the infield in front of the corner outfielders. Now we know Jankowski's quick in center field and can get to the ball in a hurry. But when you have corner outfielders playing this deep, that's when guys look for the hustle double.
And Dickerson is way over in left center field. That one misses away. 2-2 now.
One of the things you see a lot of at Coors Field because the outfielders play so deep, ground balls that get through the infield and then slow down in the outfield grass. If you bust it down that first baseline, you have a chance to turn it into a double.
Full count, 3-2. That'll get the runners started. Owings from second and Greinke from first. Cozart will get wild on you from time to time, and when he walks guys, he walks them 2 at a time. He's got more walks than strikeouts this year. Three balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runners on the move, and Segura bounces it to shortstop for Nick Noonan. And Cozart is out of the inning. But Chris Owings' RBI single has made it 1-0 Diamondbacks. San Diego Diamondbacks have a 1-0 lead over the Padres. So far 3 up, 3 down for Zack Greinke. And while Zach finishes his warm-up tosses, we'll take a look at the Coors Light cold hard facts. Zack Greinke career against the Padres. Among active pitchers of the major leagues, he's pretty much #1.
That's ownage right there. Only 1 loss in his 14 career starts. Only surrendered 4 home runs in those 14 starts.
Diamondbacks will immediately put the shift on against Alex Dickerson, the cleanup man, who leads off the second against Greinke. Dickerson had the hit that won the game for the Padres last night, that bases clearing double in the 8th inning. He drove in 4 in San Diego's 9-8 win, and he takes that pitch for a ball. Here's a look at the defensive alignment. Chris Owings all by himself, midway between second and third. Jake Lamb over there at second base. 1-1 on Dickerson, who's batting .270 with 7 homers. He has been one of the Padres' few productive bats as of late. Certainly was last night. Came up there, bases loaded. 8th inning. 2 outs, and drilled one off Enrique Burgos into the left center field gap for a 3-run double.
Now, Burgos had thrown a high fastball by him on the inside part of the plate, but the next pitch was down probably a good foot, where Dickerson could just drop the head of the bat on it and lined it into that gap in left center.
Busted him in on the hands that time with a fastball, and Greinke has now struck out 3 in a row.
If you've got a hole in your swing, Zack Greinke will find it, and he will go right at it again and again and again. That's similar to the first pitch against Burgos last night. He swung right through that one, and once again today swings right through it.
Ryan Schimpf, the second baseman. .217 and 12 home runs. 3 of those homers came against the Diamondbacks in a series at Chase Field last month. He's hit very well so far against the D-backs as a rookie. Last night singled and walked twice. Tried the changeup that time and missed badly. It's 2-0. Ryan Schimpf, 34 hits this year, 24 of them for extra bases. 5'9", 180 with a slugging percentage of .535. Trying that changeup again, but just can't throw it for a strike, and it's 3-0. That's that hard changeup from Greinke. Comes in 87, 88 or so. Only about a 4-mile-an-hour difference off his fastball.
And we've talked about it in the past. The idea is not a swing and a miss pitch. He wants you to hit it off the end of the bat, put it in place softly, and let his defense make plays behind him.
Yeah, for a guy that always puts up a fair number of strikeouts every year, Zach is really by nature a pitch to contact type guy. He's looking for weak contact up there. That one is drilled down the right field line, a fair ball. Another extra base hit for Ryan Schimpf. That's the first hit for the Padres, his 11th double.
I remember when we got our first look at Corey Spangenberg. He was having similar success that Ryan Schimpf is having here in the early part of his career. Everything he hit was hard, found gaps, found holes.
Well, Greinke went to a whole bunch of changeups against him, got behind in the count, and Schimpf belts that one down the right field line. A one-out double for Christian Bethancourt, the right fielder. A pair of hits and RBIs last night, 231 and 6 homers on the year. Bethancourt has always been a catcher. He still is, but between injuries and trade deadline deals, the Padres are short on outfielders, so he has really branched out this year. A couple of starts in right field. He's played 8 games in left. He's played second base. He's DH'd. He's even pitched twice.
Yeah, wasn't he busting it up there in the mid-90s?
He's got a big-time throwing arm, yeah. Off the fist, and it drops into center field. Glenn Hoffman going to wave Schimpf home. A relay from Segura, not in time, and we're all tied. Just a broken bat fluke for Christian Bethancourt. It's a 1-1 ball game.
Well, that's occasionally soft contact will hurt you, and that was the case right here. Bethancourt breaks his bat, hits a little floater back up the middle of the field. Gene Segura just can't quite get up there high enough. But because Schimpf had to hold on that line drive, there was still a possibility to get him with a good relay at the plate, but in ahead of the tag.
Well, Bethancourt already with 3 RBIs in the series. 1-1 now for Derek Norris, the catcher. 188 and 12 home runs. He was 0 for 4 last night. Back to the fastball, but missed, and it's 1-0. Norris stuck right now in a deep, dark pit of despair. It's a 5 for 57 slump. One and one.
Boy, as bad as a deep, dark pit of despair sounds, it feels even worse when you find yourself in that deep pit. Well, you just don't know if you're ever going to hit a ball hard again.
I don't doubt it.
Everything you take is a strike. Everything you swing at is working its way out of the zone.
He's hitting 107 since the All-Star break. Boy, Zach, the same trouble that he had in Boston may be happening here. He cannot throw a changeup or a slider for a strike. Every time he goes to a breaking pitch or an off-speed pitch, it's a ball, and he's getting behind in counts.
Well, that's the kind of news that'll make its way quickly around that first base dugout as hitters go back to the dugout and say, yeah, the only thing he threw over the plate was his fastball.
That's how we got his strikeouts. Norris Gets that deep to left, but Haniger has it at the warning track. Even Derek Norris, when he hits the ball well, it's an out right now.
Yeah.
The same thing happened to him in his first at bat last night when he lined one right to Haniger in left field. Well, that's the second out in the San Diego second, and here's the shortstop, Nick Noonan. 6 games with the Padres this year, 3 for 16. Fastball is ball 1. Noonan called up from the minor leagues just over a week ago. He spent all year at AAA El Paso. He's hitting .321 there. Getting a start at shortstop once again over the veteran Alexei Ramirez. 1-1 now. Noonan is a San Diego native, a first-round pick out of Parker High School here in town. He said when he was a kid, his family had season tickets. They went to the Murph when it was Qualcomm. And then even here at Petco Park the first year, 2004. And Noonan, as a kid, was here to see the Padres play the Yankees, or at the old place, back in 1998. Said he remembers it like it was yesterday.
I grew up in Poway, California, a suburb of San Diego. Home of Bruce Bochy.
Big Steve Finley and Ken Caminiti fan, and of course he says Tony Gwynn. 2-2. The great Tony Gwynn, Mr. Padre, a statue out there on the hill just beyond right center field. You can sit out there. I think it's $5 and you just sit on the grass and enjoy the view. You can see from out there about 3/4 of the field, and there's a big Diamond Vision board on the back of the hitter's background. Kind of like going to the movies.
Yeah, there was a country western concert out there last night before the ball game. Joe Nichols played a show at 6 o'clock before the game. A lot of the fans found their way out there to enjoy that before the ball game.
Yeah, it's a nice area out there. They had a stage set up, and then Joe threw out the first pitch last night. Fly ball center field. Bourne backing up, still backing up. He's just shy of the wall out there, and he makes the catch. Michael Bourne. Boy, it's becoming a nightly occurrence. Michael Bourne with a tremendous catch in center field. And that one ends the second inning. Takes extra bases away from Nick Noonan, but the Padres get the equalizer. We're tied at 1.
Diamondbacks and Padres tied at 1. Hey fans, a D-backs home run tonight means a free jumbo jack tomorrow at participating Jack in the Box locations with the purchase of a large drink.
A terrific catch in center field by Michael Bourn, and he leads off the third against Jared Cozart. D-backs and Padres tied up 1-1. Michael flying out to center his first time up.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you notice Cozart, like a lot of starting pitchers recently, going to that abbreviated windup. He starts with his toe of his right foot pointed toward third base, gets his sign from Derek Norris, and a very abbreviated step back and goes right into his windup. We've seen a lot of pitchers start to do this lately. It's the new thing.
Kind of a modified stretch rather than a full windup. Cozart's really struggled the last 2 years, and this is something for him that's relatively new. He started experimenting with this when he was with the Marlins earlier this year. He made only 4 starts with Miami this year before the trade to San Diego. He just was not pitching well. He was winless, also was on the DL for a while with an oblique issue. But even with the bases empty, it's a modified stretch.
And we've talked about it with other pitchers that do something similar out there on the mound out of the windup. It's a lot like a hitter. You try to eliminate a lot of the moving parts so you can get your throwing arm into position it needs to be to drive that ball down to the bottom of the zone.
There's a Tapper, gets by the mound. Solarte charges barehanded. He makes a nice play on Hervé Solarte. Throws out Bourn to lead off the third.
Really nice play by Solarte right there. Fielded that ball way up in his fingertips, so he was ready to throw the instant that ball touched his hand.
And he gets the speedy Bourn for the first out. That'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt. Well, that's what Jared Cozart says he is. He's a ground ball guy. That's what he's been in the past, going all the way back to the minor leagues, Jared Cozart. First pitch strike to Goldie, who struck out his first time up. Cozart has punched out 3. And he's ahead of Paul, 0-2. Base hit. That's the 5th hit for the D-backs. A 1-out single for Goldie brings up Jake Lamb. Jake struck out looking to win the first. Solarte will move over from third base to second base as the Padres put the shift on.
Jake's base hit in the ball game last night was a shift beater to left field. Got a fastball up and out over the plate and just kind of slapped it to the opposite field.
Gets a hold of that one. That one is belted toward the right field foul pole, and it just missed. Well, as you said, last night he hit some very loud, hard foul balls, and that was the loudest and hardest one yet.
One similar to that last night, a little bit higher, looked like it nearly went over the top of the foul pole. Yeah, that's foul. Boy, my eyes are bad. I have biased eyes. I saw that as a fair ball.
Still signs that he's starting to come out of it. It's been about a month-long skid now for Jake.
This park was first built, that's about the only area you could get a cheap home run, was right down the right field line, that little area they call the Petco porch out there.
This place was a hitter's nightmare when it opened.
Yeah, 322 right down the right field line, and there's that little area right there where it says petco.com and the blue sign next to it. That's a cheapie right there. You can hit the ball 325 feet and get it out of here right down the line.
And if you move even further left of that, you'll see the original fence out there in right field. They've turned it into a party area like we just saw at Citi Field in New York. This is bounced away from the ship, but right to Noonan, and Solarte turns it. On Hervey Solarte, the third baseman who plays a lot of second base as well, turns that double play. 1-1 in San Diego.
Said, you know what, a guy coming off the DL, sometimes in that span of the first 3 starts off the DL, you can expect maybe a bad one. So that was what he was chalking that up to for Zack Greinke, looking for a much better effort tonight, saying that Zack went through his normal routine and he really had no concerns, guys, from what he saw there. He just called it a bad day.
Well, Zack mentioned in particular, Jody, the change up, the slider, the curveball that just were getting hit and hit hard. And the only thing he's been able to throw for strikes tonight has been the fastball. So that pattern, at least from Fenway Park over the weekend, has continued here in San Diego tonight. And we'll keep an eye on that. As the pitcher, Jared Cozart, leads off the third. And Zack gets the strikeout. That's his 4th one tonight. That one came on the slider. Travis Jankowski. A career high 4 hits last night. He scored 3 runs. Lines that the other way, right at Jake Lamb, who was in on the grass. Talk about a bang-bang play. 2 down.
Called the hot corner for a reason, drawn in to protect against a bunt. Instead, Jankowski drives one the other way right at Jake Lamb. Quick hands.
We mentioned that as one of our keys to the game. Keep Jankowski off the bases. So far, he's 0 for 2. Look out. 4 in a row retired by Greinke. Here's Will Myers. Myers struck out looking his first time up. Fastball misses inside. 1-0 on Myers. Petco Park has never been considered a great or even good hitter's park, but don't tell Will Myers that. Look at these numbers. 347 at Petco, 201 on the road. The OPS drops by more than 430 points away from home. I mean, it's like 1,600 in terms of OPS home and away. It's completely backwards based on the history of this ballpark, but Wil Myers loves hitting here. 2-2. Got 23 home runs this season, Myers, to lead the Padres. 15 of them have come here at Petco Park.
Now, not as much early batting practice today for Wil Myers. Doesn't have nearly as much tape on his hand, if any, tonight. Last night he had tape all over his fingers.
Well, he did get a couple of hits last night, scored twice.
I mentioned it last night, you can always tell when he's been taking a little extra batting practice because he uses no gloves and his hands take a little bit of an extra beating on those days, and he tends to wear a lot more tape on his fingers.
Missed with a fastball. The count is full, 3-2. Now, Hervé Solarte on deck. He would be next. Went to the fastball but missed again. First walk issued by Greinke. That'll bring up Solarte, who struck out his first time up.
Well, knowing how stingy Zack Greinke can be when he's on top of his game, see if Andy Green is a little more aggressive with his base runners tonight. Only the Reds and the Brewers have stolen more bases this year than the San Diego Padres, and Wil Myers is one of the guys at the top of the list.
21 for 25 this year, Myers, in his stolen base attempts. Shift is on for the Diamondbacks, so there's strike one. Solarte's been beating up Arizona pitching this year. 4-14 versus the D-backs. 3 doubles, 4 homers, and 14 RBIs in just 7 games.
That's one of those things you have to go back and look at video to see, are we not pitching him properly, or are we just making mistakes and not getting the ball where it needs to be, or is Solarte just really good? I think he's a pretty good ball player myself, but when you see numbers like that, you have to go back and check the video and possibly alter your advanced scouting report against the guy.
Myers wants to go down there. Stumbles and holds. This is lifted in the air right center field. BOURN is under it, and Zack Greinke strands the 2-out walk. We'll head to the 4th in San Diego, all tied at 1. Cleveland. Ninth inning. The Indians trailing the Blue Jays 2-1. Jose Ramirez, a one-out homer, ties it. Then here comes Tyler Naquin. Melvin Upton Jr. out there, falls down and it goes off the wall. And Naquin, who really runs well, comes up with a walk-off inside the park home run. And the Tribe on the 2 homers win it 3-2.
Wow.
What a finish.
How exciting is that? A walk-off inside the Parker.
And Naquin was an absolute stud in the Fall League a few years ago. He's had a big rookie season with Cleveland. Speaking of home runs, here's Yasmani Tomas, who doubled and scored in the second. 8 home runs in his last 11 games for Yasmani. Jarrett Cozart ahead 0-2. Diamondbacks so far have out-hit the Padres 5-2. An RBI single by Chris Owings in the second. RBI single by Christian Bethancourt in the second. We're tied at 1. Another great reason, fans in the Valley, to go to Arizona Fall League games. Fall League will start up right after the regular season ends. You can see guys like Tyler Naquin and Mitch Haniger. Mitch Haniger had a great year in the Fall League 3 years ago, before they get to the big leagues. Shot to shortstop for Noonan. One away. Wellington Castillo, who had 3 hits last night, singled in his first at bat tonight. So Welly's now hit safely in 6 straight. He has already passed his hit total, in fact, from all of last year when he played for 3 different teams: the Cubs, the Mariners, and the Diamondbacks. Can't imagine a more exciting play in baseball than a walk-off inside the park homer.
That's tremendous.
Tom Hamilton, he must not have any voice left. Great Indians radio man.
Tom gets excited on ground balls to short.
Oh yeah, he's screaming. He is outstanding. We should be able to see them next year when we get to the American League Central in interleague play. Might even get a visit from the Hawk.
Put her on the board.
You go. Breaking ball missed, 2-1. Before we make our picks to click, you at home make yours. There's Welly doing that Phil Gosselin thing. Got to ask him about that today. Same approach up there we've seen from Phil Gosselin since he's been with the Diamondbacks. Wellington has just adopted it recently, and I think Jody Jackson, our intrepid reporter, may have the answers. Jody.
Well, yeah, since you guys noticed, I told Welly, you know, that was something guys were talking about. He said it's to relax his hands. And instead of just coming to the stance and then he's kind of waggling the bat, it gives him a moment to keep the hands still. So for him, it was about relaxing the hands.
It's working.
Yeah,
whatever he's done, he's got a 6-game hitting streak going. That makes sense to you?
Yeah, I mean, some guys, you know, you get both hands down there in your grip position very early, and whether you realize it or not, you start to tense up. You start to grip that handle a little bit tighter and a little bit tighter as you're waiting for that pitcher to deliver the ball. And hopefully this is something to allow Welly to get a nice loose grip on that bat right before the ball's delivered.
A little too loose that time. He got all tied up. That's 4 strikeouts for Cozart.
Hey fans, anytime the D-backs score 5 runs or more, Taco Bell is giving away 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between 4 and 6 the following day at participating locations.
The rookie Mitch Haniger, a strikeout victim in his first at bat against Cozart. By the way, they're taking a knee across town in that Cardinal game. The Chargers are going to win this one 19-3. They're in the final minute of the fourth quarter. So if you're just flipping over, welcome to San Diego.
The other side of San Diego.
Yeah, welcome to Petco Park. Second of a 4-game set. D-backs and Padres all tied at 1. Zach Greinke and Jared Cozart. 1-1 on Mitch Haniger.
From that center field shot right there, you'll notice the dark dirt in front of the right foot of Mitch Haniger. That's where most of the right-handed hitters anchor their back foot. He is a considerable distance away from the plate. We speculated that maybe teams would start to pitch him away.
Just like that.
See if he can reach that outside corner of the plate. But yeah, he's a good 6 or 8 inches farther away from the plate than the hole that the other right-handed hitters stand in.
We've seen him go down there and get some breaking balls. Fastballs like the one we just saw might be a different story. Set up down there again. Lays off the fastball, and it's a full count, 3-2. It's a lot of plate to cover for Mitch Haniger when he's that far back in the corner. And Mitch draws the first walk of the ball game for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Cozart, that was only his third 3-ball count in the game. This is a guy that's walked more than he struck out this year, but around the plate enough that the Diamondbacks are attacking him tonight.
Yeah, Cozart, as Chris Owings steps in, he did not have an impressive Padres debut after the trade from Miami. That was August 1st. He started here at Petco Park against the Brewers. He walked 6 and hit a batter in 3 1/3 before they finally had to get him out of there. And it was the 3rd time this year that Cozart walked 6 batters in a ball game.
Ouch.
So when he gets wild, he just loses it. Yanked that fastball, and it's 1-0 on CO, who drove in the first run of the ball game with a RBI single in the second. Cozart pitched pretty well 2 years ago between the Astros and the Marlins. Last year was kind of a lost season for him. Only 14 appearances. He was on and off with dizziness and eventually was diagnosed with vertigo. And he went just 2-5 with the Marlins, and now he's in San Diego. And he's behind on Owings, 2-0, starting to get wild here. That fastball's in there, 2-1. Chris already with 3 hits in the series. He's hit safely now in 11 of his last 12 games. Haniger is the runner at first, 2 outs. Upped it up to 94, and it's 2-2. Out of play. Giants and Mets are back at it at AT&T Park. Right now they're tied up 1-1. In the 6th inning, Mets have got Yoenis Cespedes back. Johnny Cueto on the mound for the Giants. Cozart just not throwing strikes the way he was earlier in the ball game. He walked Haniger. Now it's full on Owings, 3-2. That'll get Mitch started from first base. Myers will play behind the runner. Here goes Haniger. Pitches a ball. Back-to-back 2-out walks for Cozart. Brings up the pitcher, Zach Greinke. That'll get Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, out there for the Padres. This is the way things can go sometimes for Jared Cozart. The walks come in bunches.
A couple of patient at-bats to work two-out walks here. Number one, you clear Zach Greinke's spot, and being the kind of hitter that he is, it creates an RBI opportunity for Zach Greinke.
Owings on base again. Zach get into a fielder's choice his first time up. Cozart now over 70 pitches through 3 2/3. Haniger, the runner, at second, and Owings at first. 2 outs for Greinke. Broken bat, a roller right to Schimpf at second base. And that ends the inning. Bottom 4 from Petco Park on the way. We're tied at 1. Plays of the year turned in Atlanta tonight. Van Revere, go get it.
Oh,
takes a home run away from Freddie Freeman, the Washington Nationals center fielder. What a play.
Yeah, you ought to be smiling. What a great catch by Ben Revere.
A lot of D-backs fans here with us for the weekend in San Diego.
There's the lovely Mike.
Well, there is the lovely Mike, bottom right of your picture. Mike Bauer. Big Diamondback contingent here for the weekend. And it's a 1-1 ball game as we start the bottom of the 4th. Alex Dickerson, who struck out his first time up, leads it off against Zach Greinke. Greinke so far has walked 1. He struck out 4. Oh, wow. That one is lifted. That might clear the 3rd deck in foul ground. Up there in the dark. That is a major league foul ball.
Didn't expect to get a foul ball up there tonight.
They don't even have lights up there. There's another Tapper foul, and now it's 0-2. Dickerson, you know, ever since they traded Melvin Upton Jr. to the Blue Jays, Dickerson has been one of their best hitters. He's hit .310 in his last 20 games. And in those 20 games, he's got 12 extra base hits and 16 runs batted in. So he's in the cleanup spot for the second night in a row.
He's had 3 double-digit home run seasons in the minor leagues, a high of 17. He's had 3 seasons with over 30 doubles in the minor leagues.
Dickerson, a 3rd round pick by the Pirates 5 years ago out of Indiana University. He's a Hoosier.
Who was the other guy from Poway? Nick Noonan?
Noonan, yeah.
Noonan. Dickerson's from Poway as well.
Same town here in California, right in the San Diego area. 50 pitches for Greinke, 34 strikes, and that's his 5th strikeout. He's got Dickerson twice. That'll bring up Ryan Schimpf, who doubled and scored in the second. Schimpf coming off a big July, 9 home runs last month. That's the Padres rookie record for homers in any month. He's got a lot of pop for a little guy. He was just crushing it at AAA El Paso when he was called up to the big leagues for the first time. That was the middle of June. He was hitting .355 in the Coast League. 48 RBIs in 51 games. Greinke behind 2-0. Padres wearing the brown and gold on a Friday.
I know that makes you happy.
Well, that's who they are, man. They have fought that identity through several ownership changes here for years and years and years. And there's still a lot of it in the seats. This one might reach the seats. Tomas at the wall. Oh, he misses it. Schimpf on the run. He'll stop at second. That one was way up in the air. And the Osmani just fanned on it.
It looked like that was headed for the seats off the bat, but as you said, hit so high in the air, Tomas was able to get back to the wall. Looked like he was in the spot, and
I don't think he even touched it.
No, he just had to reach across at the very last instant, just missed it.
And that's the 3rd hit for the Padres and the 2nd double tonight for Schimpf. And Christian Bethancourt, who has knocked in the only San Diego run with an RBI single, steps in. Yeah, that was hit so high up in the air, I don't imagine it was a light situation for Yasmani. 0-1. He did not go, says Marty Foster, and it's 1-1 on Bethancourt.
So Zach can pitch around that mistake. Wasn't ruled in there, ruled a double all the way for Schimpf, but clearly a ball that could have been, should have been caught out there in right field. And this is something Diamondbacks pitchers have had troubles with recently. The unearned runs, runners that get on base that should have been retired. Quick inside move to push Schimpf back to the bag at second.
Yeah, the defense this year has not been what it was last season. There's no getting around that. Last year, the Diamondbacks were the best defensive team in baseball, and it wasn't close. Fastball's a ball, and it's 2-1 on Bethancourt. 2 doubles tonight for Schimpf. Boy, Schimpf got a good jump, takes off for third, and they got him at third base. What a throw by Wellington. Castillo. Mike Winters, the crew chief down there, says you're out, but Schimpf will hold while they take a look. Mark McGuire, the bench coach, on the phone with the video people. Looks like the foot got in there before Jay could get the glove on the back leg, and they will challenge the out call at third.
We saw Jankowski with a head-first slide at second last night, and Gene Segura put the tag down. Unfortunately, he didn't get the tag down on the runner in time. That looked like the same thing that happened here. It appeared the ball beat Schimpf to third base, but as Jake went to slap that tag down, he didn't hit the front leg. He did catch the back leg, but I think the front foot was already on the bag.
A lot of discussion this week from Commissioner Manfred about speeding up the pace of play and curtailing defensive shifts, limiting mound visits, changing the way that teams are allowed to use relief pitchers. And in terms of replay, we tend to forget because it gets used all the time now, but it was initially put in just to look at critical plays, game-changing plays late in ball games. So now it gets used all the time for fairly routine plays early in games, and this is another thing that is slowing things down. You want to get all the calls right, and about 50% of the calls that are challenged are overturned, except for this one. That's a little surprising. Looked like Schimpf snuck his foot in there, but it's a caught stealing, and that's the second out in the fourth. Didn't take long either. Oh, I see what they're saying there. You could tell that the glove grazed that front leg. From the other angle, it looked like Jake didn't get the tag on the back leg. But from that angle, you could see that he did get him on that front lead leg. So it's 3-1 on Bethancourt. 2 outs, nobody on. And he walked him. Second walk issued by Greinke tonight.
It's one of the tougher plays for a third baseman when that runner attempts to steal from second to third, because you're on the move trying to get to the bag at the same time you're tracking the throw from your catcher, and throughout the whole thing you know that runner's getting close. You want to get that tag down as quickly as possible. Not an easy play for a third baseman.
The catcher Derek Norris lined out to Haniger in left field his first time up. First pitch slider misses, and it's 1-0. Zach at 60 pitches, 37 for strikes. Well, there were signs earlier this year after Derek Norris got off to a dreadful start that he might be ready to break out of it. He slogged his way through the first 2 months of the year with almost no offensive production. But then he hit over 270 in June. He had 5 home runs, and it looked like he'd turned the corner. But since July 1st, he's hit 137. One and two.
They flashed some fun facts up on the big board here at Petco Park. I'm astounded to learn that Derek Norris had 22 infield hits last year, the most ever by a Padres catcher.
Catchers are great athletes, and they just use their inherent speed to beat those plays out. The brown and gold look all over the ballpark on this Friday night at Petco. Called strike 3, 6 strikeouts for Greinke. And we're through 4 innings at San Diego. The D-backs and the Padres all tied at 1.
last night as our Cox high-speed highlight. His home run, the 11th of the season for Gene. He came into the season with 23 career home runs, and now he is at 11. And I talked to Gene earlier today. He's credited the change of the swing in the offseason that allowed him to drive the ball more. But again, guys, he keeps talking about how just the comfort level here with this team and the surroundings, and that has been the difference for him, some of those intangibles. And also, he's done a great job of taking care of his body. He had a hip issue earlier in the year, whether he's been hit by pitches or, like last night, hit by Yasmani Tomas colliding in the outfield. He said that was a bit of a shock, but he's done a great job. He gave credit to the training staff, and guys, he just keeps raking.
And to the Diamondbacks' credit, they have just let him be who he is, Gene Segura. They've not tried to change him at all, not trying to talk him into seeing more pitches and taking more walks like you'd expect some teams to talk to their leadoff hitters about. They've just said, get up there and do your thing, swing away, and it's worked out wonderfully. And along the way, we've seen him also be much more patient. He's going to let more walks this year than he did last season. So far tonight, he has singled and grounded out 1 for 2. He leads off the 5th against Jared Cozart. Friday night's a good night in the NL West. Padres have their brown and gold. The Giants on Friday home games, they wear those orange uniform tops that they used to wear back in the day. Diamondbacks have Throwback Thursdays. We finally got another Throwback Thursday coming up. It's been so long. We'll wear the purple Thursday at Chase Field against the Braves. Get your tickets at dbacks.com for that one. 7-game homestand when we finally get back on Monday. 4 against Atlanta and 3 against the Reds. Cozart walked 2 in the 4th. Now he's behind on Segura, 3-1. That's a strike, and the count is full 3-2.
I like the approach the last couple of innings for the Diamondbacks offensively. Make this guy throw some pitches. He will blow up, like you said. He can lose that zone and lose it in a hurry.
Squirts that one the other way. Segura 2 for 3 tonight, his second single, and he's on board to lead off the 5th. Michael Bourn 0 for 2. Segura, when he singled to lead off the ball game, didn't really even budge down there at first. We'll see if they get him started here in the 5th.
Padres expecting a possible bunt from Michael Bourn. Solarte drawn in at third base. We'll see what Will Myers does as that pitch is delivered to home.
Myers stays home at first, and that's a strike. First pitch curveball from Cozart. Michaels hit safely in 5 straight games and 8 of his last 9. Had an RBI single in the 8th inning last night. 80 pitches for Cozart, only 49 strikes. 1-1 on Bourn. Giants and Mets are tied up in San Francisco right now, 1-1 in the 7th inning. Dodgers 9-2 losers in Cincinnati tonight. Rockies are home against the Cubs. They trail at 3-1. They're in the 5th. 1-2 on Bourn.
I'm not sure if this is true or not, but since the governor spoke these words, I'm going to assume they're true. He said that Clayton Kershaw wanted to travel with the Dodgers to Cincinnati to throw his side session so he could get some Skyline chili.
Poor misguided kid. I don't think they'd let him get on a plane to Cincinnati with that bad back. Called strike 3, 5 strikeouts for Jared Cozart.
Hey fans, when the D-backs win, you win at Papa John's. The day after every Diamondbacks win, you get 50% off your regular menu price online order at Papa John's. Just enter promo code D-backs50 at papajohns.com.
So they cannot advance Segura. One down now for Goldie, who has struck out in single. Fastball's in there for a strike, and it's 0-1. If you look at Goldie's home road splits this year, there's almost no difference in batting average. The real swing is about a 100-point drop in slugging percentage away from Chase Field. There you see only 6 home runs away from home all year. And Goldie's never hit a ton in this ballpark. He's played almost 40 games here. He's just about a .250 career hitter at Petco. That curveball in the front door, 1-2. Not thrilled with the call by Mike McClinsky. Goldie just sort of smiled and went, whatever.
Well, very few umpires that I ever worked in front of would ever admit that they missed a call.
It happens. It's a hard job.
Yeah, it is a hard job. I think it'd make it a lot easier for everybody if the umpires would admit once in a while, yeah, sorry, Goldie, I missed that one. Okay, it happens. I boot a ball at first base every now and again. I swing through fastballs from time to time. It happens. But when you insist that you're right all the time, even though everything in the world says you're wrong, then that's when, okay.
Are make-up calls, do those really exist, or is that just our imagination?
I don't think they exist as much as they used to. Absolutely, it used to be a big part of the game before every pitch was tracked and registered and recorded.
He tried that same pitch and missed with it that time, so it's 2-2. But even a makeup call, the count is different, the situation is different.
Mm-hmm. And you can never assume the guy's going to throw the same pitches in the same sequence after the missed call. So you really can't say, well, if he wouldn't have called that a strike, Goldie would have gotten a hit. Well, we don't know that for sure. But the count would have been in his favor and the odds in his favor.
Coming down and in here. Well, there's almost no wind out there right now. All the flags in left center field are dead still. Nice and cool here tonight. 2-2 pitch. He got him. Norris hangs on. Second time tonight that Cozart has struck out Goldie. He's punched out 6.
First strikeout back in the first came on a pitch away. This one on a looked like a cutter that just didn't cut. Stayed up and in. Goldie fouled it right into the mid.
Well, this is the same scenario we saw in the first inning. Segura the leadoff single. And then nothing. Cozart struck out Goldie and Lamb to win the first. So far he struck out Bourne and Goldschmidt. Now here's Jake, who's 0 for 2. He has struck out and hit into a double play. Shift is on for the Padres. And there's ball one. It will be interesting to see what they do with shifts. I don't know how you can curtail them or limit them or say that only a certain number of people can stand in a certain spot at a given time. I don't know how you legislate that, but the basic shift we see now, Bob, that the Padres have on here, it's pretty much the same for every team. It's not anything by now that we're not used to.
I think the onus is on the hitters to make the adjustment. You know, start hitting the ball the other way. Pull teams out of the shifts if you don't like them.
This is bounced to the mound. Nice play by Kozar to run that down, and he strands the leadoff single. Bottom fifth coming up in San Diego. We're tied at 1. Petco Park tied up with the Padres 1-1. D-backs season ticket holders, be sure to renew your season seats before August 31st to be eligible to win exclusive prizes like dinner with Randy Johnson, $1,000 in cash, a luxury watch. That's courtesy of Ganem Jewelers, and an all-inclusive vacation with airfare courtesy of American Airlines Vacations, and a whole lot more. To see the full list of prizes and to renew your season seats, visit dbacks.com/advantage. The shortstop Nick Noonan leads off the San Diego fifth against Zach Greinke. So far, Zach has given up 1 run on 3 hits. He's walked 2 and struck out 6. Always a popular weekend destination for D-backs fans. San Diego, get out of the heat for a bit. The weather here is just perfect. 4-game series. A lot of fans just got into town this afternoon. Had a few here last night as well. There's a strike, 2-1. I know you ran into a whole bunch in the lobby today in the hotel.
Yeah, they were having a little get together before coming over to the ballpark, and they were enjoying themselves.
Well, it's a great town. I think I saw Mike Bauer down there. I think I saw Chuck Draco as well, the voice of Chase Field. Cast of thousands, cavalcade of stars here at Petco Park.
Well, this downtown ballpark has really done wonders to rejuvenate downtown San Diego. I mean, you know, back in the day when we played out at old Qualcomm/Jack Murphy, a lot of times we would just stay at a hotel out there. But they built this new downtown ballpark, the convention center, hotels and restaurants and bars popped up all over the gas lamp district. Easy out that time.
Yeah, you walk outside the ballpark on any night, but especially a Friday or a Saturday, and there's just people everywhere enjoying themselves.
The only reasons to come to downtown San Diego back in the day was if you needed to take a bus somewhere or you wanted a tattoo.
And you can still get a tattoo here. Let's make some bad decisions. The Omni Hotel attached to the ballpark here. That's always a destination for D-backs fans when they need a place to stay. Some of those rooms actually overlook the ballpark. Here's strike one. Cozart struck out to lead off the third.
Yeah, and when they initially built this ballpark, I was a little disappointed because, you know, it's such a scenic area. I thought maybe they would build it that it would open up to the bridge, you know, just outside the ballpark here, but they had it open up this way. And at the time, there were no buildings. It was just like nothingness out beyond the outfield walls, but high rises have popped up all over the place.
You can't tell right now. Most of them are dark, but yeah, you're right. There seem like dozens of buildings have popped up in that skyline the last few years. It used to be just a big open space, and you'd watch the planes come in and land. But now they dodge the buildings here.
That'll get your heart started a little bit. You know, we fly in and out of San Diego numerous times over the course of a season, but if you happen to be napping and you sense that we're landing and you open your eyes and look out the window and you're looking up at buildings, you're flying between buildings.
Yeah, you can see in people's windows.
Something is wrong here.
7 strikeouts for Greinke. Here's the leadoff man, Travis Jankowski. He's 0 for 2 after he had a career high 4 hits last night. Chip Hale was saying after the game last night they're going to have to go back and rethink the way they pitch to Travis Jankowski, and whatever they've done tonight, it's worked. And sure enough, just slaps that one the other way, a 2-out single. And this is where he really creates havoc. 26 stolen bases to lead all major league rookies. And Andy Green was asked about this last night because Jankowski was on base all last night, and Andy was saying that, you know, he doesn't think anybody wants to throw a breaking ball with Jankowski on base, and oftentimes, he believes, opposing pitchers are more concerned about Jankowski at first, stealing second, than sometimes a guy like Will Myers or Yangervis Solarte who's standing in the batter's box. Talk about the situation right here with Myers coming up.
Talk about it all the time, how speed changes the game, changes the way the defense lines up. The pitcher has to unload the ball more quickly. Obviously, with Goldie holding on the runner, that creates a hole on the right side. It changes the pitches that Wellington Castillo will call in the event that Jankowski breaks for second base.
Well, Jankowski last night stole a base and was thrown out trying to steal the base. The first time he was thrown out, the call was overturned on replay. That was in the 3rd inning. And then Wellington threw him out at second base in the 4th trying to steal.
Boy, and both times, well, he unloaded that ball so quickly.
Well, Greinke went to a breaking ball that time. Slider missed it. It's 1-0. Myers has struck out and walked, 0 for 1. On the ground, a shortstop. Backhand stop by Chris Owens. Got to hurry to get Myers, and CO throws him out. So Greinke strands the 2-out single. We head to the 6th, tied at 1. Start the 6th inning here at Petco Park. Time now for greater coverage of baseball, brought to you by T-Mobile. Giants and Mets are at it again at AT&T Park. They're tied up. No, they were tied up 1-1. Now the Giants have a 3-1 lead for Johnny Cueto. They're in the 8th inning. The Rockies are hosting the Cubs 5-1. Chicago leads it at Coors Field, and the Dodgers beaten up at Good American Ballpark tonight. 9-2 by Cincinnati. We're all tied at 1 here. Yasmani Tomas leads off the 6th against Jared Kozar. Tomas has scored the Diamondbacks' only run. He doubled to lead off the 2nd and came in on a Chris Owings RBI single. Tomas has now hit safely in 5 straight games, 8 home runs in his last 11. And he has already homered in 3 consecutive games twice this month. Hitting for another one here, but he hooks it foul. Bullpen will get busy for the Padres. That's Brandon Morrow. Kozar already over 90 pitches. 1-2 on Yasmani. Tomas, Castillo, and Haniger 5, 6, and 7, and the Diamondbacks 6th. One hopper right to Schimpf, and as they say in San Diego, Schimpfing ain't easy.
How about that?
Here's Beef Wellington. Saw in that Cub game at Colorado that the Cubs are going to bench Jason Hayward all weekend long. He has not worked out at all this year after they gave him $180 million. And they've also had to put John Lackey on the DL. But the Cubs are leading the Rockies 5-1 at Coors.
I'd have to go to Joe Madden if I was Jason Hayward and say, why don't you let me play the 3 in Colorado and sit me in San Francisco?
Good idea.
Somewhere else. How do you want me to get started offensively if you're going to sit me at Coors Field?
Welly with a big swing and a miss at that Kozar curveball. Yeah, Hayward had a first half like that last year in St. Louis, when then he turned it on with a big second half of the season for the Cardinals and got all that money from the Cubs, but he has not hit this year at all. So Michael Brenly's Red Sox got a big win in Detroit tonight, 10-2. They gained some ground on the Orioles. Baltimore beaten at home by the Astros, who put up 15 at Oriole Park. 1-2 on Castillo.
And Toronto got beat today as well, so that race really heating up. Really, that's only the legitimate, well, the Giants Dodgers in the West, of course, but that's really the only race going on right now.
Baseball a little top heavy like that in each division. So Big Papi had another home run for the Red Sox today. Rick Porcello, the former Tiger, pitched well at Comerica Park in Detroit. Well, he's had a heck of a year. Porcello was a complete washout last season in Boston, but he's been one of the best pitchers in baseball this year. 100 pitches for Kozar, 62 strikes. And he rings up Castillo. That's his 7th strikeout.
One thing we've noticed from Kozar, when he throws that big curveball in 2-strike counts, he drops it on the inside corner a lot. I don't know whether that's by design or he's just not getting the pitch to the spot he wants, but he's got some called strikes and some swinging strikes on breaking balls inside.
Well, Haniger has struck out and walked 0 for 1. Another start in left field for Mitch. 6 for 14 to begin his big league career. Goes away with a curveball that time, and it's strike 1. Haniger 3 hits last night, a big RBI double. 6 hits, 5 RBIs in his first 3 major league games. Mitch Haniger. Chip Hale was asked about Mitch last night and just said, you know, nothing seems too big of a deal for him at this level. He's a very fundamentally sound player.
That's the view that gave Jared Cozart vertigo.
I think I just got some too looking at that. Of course, our director, Phil the Iron Horse Malika, just back from SeaWorld. I think he got here in the 3rd inning.
Had on a tank top that said, "I heart SD." It is casual Friday.
Mitch Haniger, another base hit. He steers that into left, a 2-out single. Well, Haniger's hit in all 4 big league games he's played so far. Well, there's a lot to like about this young man. Another good night for CO. He's got an RBI single and a base on balls. And he's driven in the Diamondbacks' only run with that single in the 2nd.
You've seen Haniger, although he hasn't been tested a lot out there in the outfield, make a couple of nice defensive plays. He's shown a really strong throwing arm. Obviously has the ability to make contact, put the ball in play. The one thing that may be a little lacking, you'd like to see a little bit more speed. He's a very good base runner, but he's not the kind of guy that's going to light up the stopwatch in a 60-yard dash.
Has played a lot of center field at Reno this year for a guy who doesn't have exceptional speed. Cozart now at 105 pitches. This is rolled to shortstop. Noonan on the backhander. Tough throw. Owings beats it out. The throw pulls Myers off the bag. Another base hit for Chris Owings.
Both coming on ground balls to the left side of the infield that Schimpf just couldn't make, or rather, the shortstop Noonan couldn't make the plays on. That's another way speed will get in your head as a defender. If you know a guy at the plate is fast, you know you have to hurry your defensive play. And that throw pulled Myers off the bag.
Well, Jared Cozart walked 2, struck out 7. He's responsible for 2 runners. He leaves in a 1-1 ball game. Back from San Diego right after this. At Petco Park, D-backs fans, if you can't catch the games on your TV, you can stream them live on your mobile device with the all-new Fox Sports Go app. Download the app, take Fox Sports Arizona and D-backs baseball with you wherever you go. D-backs have a threat on here. 2 on, 2 out in the 6th inning. New pitcher for the Padres. It's the right-hander Brandon Morrow. who has pitched really well lately for Andy Green. Just trying to come back from a litany of injuries. 32-year-old just called up Saturday from AAA El Paso. Zach Greinke has got Haniger at second, Owings at first, and 2 outs. Pops it up.
Told this story in the past when my son Michael was going to school at UNLV. They played the Cal Bears every year. And went to Berkeley one year, and the Friday night starter was a guy by the name of Brandon Morrow. And man, was he good in college. But he finally got drafted and left, and I remember when the UNLV team was ready to make the trip to Berkeley the next year, they said, well, at least we won't have to face Brandon Morrow on Friday night. Instead, it was a tall, skinny guy by the name of Tyson Ross.
Tyson Ross has been injured. He's missed almost the entire season for the Padres. Morrow's had a litany of injuries to overcome. Greinke reaches out, hits a one-hopper to Schimpf at second base. And Morrow comes in, gets the job done. He strands 2, keeps it a 1-1 ball game.
For the 6th inning, time to take a look back at this day in baseball history, brought to you by Geico. We go back to August 19th, 1945. Hall of Famer Jimmy Fox, 534 career homers, 3-time MVP, decided he was going to start a ball game. Pitched 7 2/3 innings, gave up only 4 hits in a 4-2 victory over Cincinnati. He actually pitched 19 innings that season, 9 appearances, carried an ERA of 1.59. Now, we don't know the circumstances, but I'm imagining that Jimmy Fox was standing down there watching pitcher after pitcher get raked and said, hey, I could do better than that. And he did.
Well, no one was going to argue with him the way that he was put together. Solarte, it's a little flare that Michael Bourn makes a tremendous catch. He's done it again. Michael Bourn lays out in right center and takes a base hit away from Yangervis Solarte to lead off the bottom of the 6th.
Look at the ground he covers, gets there with a dive to take extra bases away, leading off the inning. Just another outstanding play by Michael Bourn.
He made a tremendous catch up against the center field wall earlier in the ball game. And now he lays out in right center for the first out. Here's Alex Dickerson, who was struck out twice.
Just going right back at that same spot to Dickerson, up and in with fastballs. in there again.
Elevated pitch. He chased it 0-2.
That's called a hole in your swing. And when Zach Greinke finds a hole in a batter's swing, he's going to go right back at it.
2 for flinching. Down and away. That's that hard changeup missed.
Yeah, you saw him pound his glove after that ball straight out of the zone. He knows if he got that anywhere near that outside corner with that movement, Dickerson probably would have been forced to chase it in the 2-strike count.
Strikes him out for the 3rd time tonight. 8 strikeouts for Zach. 2 down in the 6th. This shows you that since he's come back, that slider, that changeup, that curveball, not quite what they were before the oblique injury. And tonight he's gotten away pretty much with fastball location. Ryan Schimpf has doubled twice and scored a run. Sky high pop up. This will stay playable for Lamb. Nice quick 6th inning for Zach Greinke. 6 pitches, 3 outs with the help of Michael BOURN. Padres as we start the 7th inning. What's next brought to you by CenturyLink. Game 3 of this 4-game set here tomorrow. It's a 5:40 first pitch. Diamondback Live pregame show at 5 o'clock on Fox Sports Arizona. For a couple of left-handers, Robbie Ray and Clayton Richard. Gene Segura leads off the 7th against Brandon Morrow on in relief of Jared Cozart. Diamondbacks have out-hit the Padres 8-4. Segura so far 2 for 3, couple of singles. He's hit safely in 6 straight and 12 of his last 13 games. Checking out the video monitors. They have them right in the dugout down here. A lot of teams are doing that more and more. Highlights from all over the major leagues. Yasmani just down there watching TV.
Probably has the Olympics dialed up. That's how he hurt his neck.
Yes. Careful. Yeah, they got what, 4, 5, 6 different games on down there. Hard fastball from Morrow. He's always been a hard thrower, even through all his injuries. 2-2. He was in the Padres opening day rotation last year, but again had most of the season wiped out. Right shoulder inflammation. Wound up needing shoulder surgery in August.
Well, those iPads you saw down in the third base dugout there for the Diamondbacks, and every team uses them. I'm sure they're all dialed in, so if you want to see Brandon Morrow against a right-handed hitter, you can go to the appropriate one and punch it in and see what pitches he's thrown against that particular right-handed hitter.
Yeah, see, it's not televisions, they're all frozen for a particular situation. 2-2 on Segura. It's this to left center, Dickerson. It'll drop in front. Gene Segura, that's his third hit tonight, a leadoff single. And that's the third time tonight he's led off an inning with a base hit. And they've yet to advance him even to second base, so that's going to change right here in a 1-1 ball game. That'll bring up Michael Bourn, who's 0 for 3. You bunting here?
I don't know. And if it was a bunt, I'd like to see Michael try to bunt for a base hit rather than just give himself up automatically. You might see Goldie get an intentional walk if he does get down a good sac bunt. I was always a bigger fan of the hit and run.
Solarte well in at third. Myers holds Segura on the bag at first. Michael shows bunt, pulls back, takes ball one.
Especially in what appears to be an obvious sacrifice bunt situation. Solarte's already drawn in. Noonan is breaking toward second base. Schimpf is breaking toward first base. Will Myers is charging. You've got the infield all broken up. That's a perfect time to go ahead and take a swing and just try to put the ball in play. You don't have to drive it. You don't have to pull it. Just put the ball in play.
1-1. There is action in the San Diego bullpen. The lefty Brad Hand is warming up. He pitched in the ball game last night through 15 pitches. Gave up a single to Tomas and an RBI double to Haniger in that 7th inning. Here comes Solarte from third. Bourn squares again, drops it down first base side. Morrow's got one play, can't pick it up. And they just do get Bourn at first as Segura advances. Didn't look like Morrow was going to be able to get a handle on that one. And here's Goldie.
Michael did a nice job of turning that ball to the first base side of the field with Solarte right in his grill charging at third base. Really got out there, almost hooked it to the right side of the field to make sure Solarte couldn't make the play. They're going to walk Goldie intentionally now.
And they have the lefty Hand ready in the bullpen for Jake Lamb, who's on deck. Of course, Andy Green managed a lot of these guys in the Diamondbacks system. He was the third base coach last year, so he knows who he's up against tonight. Here's Greeny.
There's been a few situations recently, at least a couple with the Mets in that series at home, where they had first base open with Goldie at the plate and they went after him.
Well, it's not going to be the case here as he makes the move for the lefty. So Brad Hand will come in to face Jake Lamb. 2 on and 1 out in the 7th inning. Tie ball game. Back in a moment. here in the 7th inning. First and second, 1 out, 1-1 ball game. And here's the left-hander Brad Hand out of the Padre bullpen. He came on to start the 7th last night and struck out Jake Lamb. And now he'll face Lamb with Segura at second and Goldschmidt at first. 61st appearance at 2.86 ERA. So a big at bat here for Jake against the lefty. Lamb is in a slump right now. 0 for 3 tonight and 2 for his last 35 at the plate.
Could possibly be the only batter Hand faces in the ball game. After striking out Jake Lamb leading off the 7th last night, he gave up a single to Tomas. After a ground out, he gave up the double to Mitch Haniger to score Tomas, so he might not face another righty tonight.
Yeah, there is a right-hander warming up at the Padre bullpen. It's Kevin Quackenbush. Late time call by Derek Norris by the plate. Here's Quackenbush. Recalled today his 3rd stint with the Padres this year. He's been up and down from the minors. Jake can't check his swing that time. His slider is a strike. There go the runners. Double steal. The throw to third. It's into left field. Segura's going to have to hustle. The throw is into third, and Goldie's in there. The Diamondbacks have a 2-1 lead. Derek Norris threw it away. They put the pressure on, and the Padres wilted.
Stumbling to a knee, just fires that ball out into left field. No chance for the third baseman to make a play. Goldie alertly sees that ball in left field, and he moves from second to third. Good aggressive base running right there.
So 2 stolen bases on the play. 25th for Segura, 19th for Goldie. Add the E2 to bring Segura home and put Goldie at third, and it's 2-1 Diamondbacks. Ball and a strike to Jake Lamb. Infield in for the Padres. Fouled back, and it's 1-2. That one almost hit the Governor and Candy in the radio booth just to our left. Boy, Derek Norris missed the bag by about 10 feet on that throw. That wasn't even close.
Speed, we were talking about it earlier, makes you rush your throw. I mean, he had a perfect vantage point to see the jump that Gene Segura got. He knew he had to really rush his throw down there, and just airmailed it into left field.
And he's a guy over the last 2 years that's thrown the ball very well back there. Popped it up. Shortstop Noonan is under it. 2 outs. So Hand gets his man, but with a double steal on the error by Norris, it's a 2-1 ball game. Andy Green has Quackenbush warming up at the bullpen as Yasmani Tomas steps up. But it looks like he's going to let the lefty face Tomas. Yasmani doubled and scored in the second. He's 1 for 3. Tomas singled against Brad Hand in the 7th inning last night. Goldie at third, 2 outs.
breaking ball from the lefty Brad Hand will end up most of the time in that down and in location to Yasmani Tomas, where he really drives the ball well. Tried to throw a curveball on that first pitch, really overthrew it.
Yasmani with his double in the second has now hit safely in 5 straight. 12 home runs since July 24th, the most in the major leagues over that span. The 1-1 from Brad Hand. Chased a fastball, 1-2. Yasmani hitting .326 against lefties this year. Gene Segura. 3 singles tonight, a stolen base and a run scored. A go-ahead run in here in the 7th. 2-2 on Yasmani Tomas. Trying to come in with a fastball but missed, and the count is full 3-2. Wellington Castillo would be next. He missed it. A 2-out walk drawn by Yasmani Tomas. And that'll bring up Beef Wellington. Castillo grounded out against Brad Hand in the 7th inning last night.
See him hit a ground ball to Travis Jankowski right here. That would work.
The right-hander Quackenbush is up and ready in the Padre bullpen.
The pitcher spot is due up 4th in the bottom half of the 7th inning for the Padres. I'm sure Andy Green doesn't want to have to make a double switch. He's going to try to milk his left-hander through this inning and then pick his pinch hitter for that pitcher spot in the 7th.
But so many times managers do that, and so many times it's spots like this in the 5th or 6th or 7th where the game is decided. These are the big outs to get right here in these moments. One and one. Castillo has singled and struck out twice. Hitter's count right here. Right-hand power hitter against a left-hand reliever. 2 balls and a strike. 2 on and 2 out. 1 run in. Chops that one foul, and it's 2-2. Giants have opened up a big lead on the Mets in San Francisco. It's now 8-1 Giants. Dodgers 9-2 losers in Cincinnati today. 2-2 to beat Wellington. Tomas takes off for second. Welly pops it up. Foul ground near the Padre dugout. And Myers has it and ends the inning. But a double steal by the Diamondbacks applies the pressure. It produces the go-ahead run as we stretch at Petco Park. Roberts Air Conditioning and Plumbing Cool Plays of the Game, both authored by Michael BOURN in center field. Bobby's been tremendous out there tonight.
Yeah, going every direction, went back and took one away at the wall in left center field rather, and then this diving catch in right center field, taking extra bases away again. Nice job by Michael BOURN with the leather tonight.
And Zach Greinke back out there to start the 7th. Now with a 2-1 lead, Christian Bethancourt, the right fielder, will lead it off. He's got an RBI single and a base on balls. First pitch swinging, slow roller in the hole. Lamb charges and it can't get him. Leadoff man aboard. Infield single for Bethancourt, who has his 2nd straight 2-hit night.
Bethancourt has obviously not logged enough innings behind the plate yet. He still gets down that line pretty good.
He's a real good athlete. Backup catcher playing right field. They've traded away most of their outfielders this year. Matt Kemp and Melvin Upton Jr. John Jay is still injured. Here's the starting catcher, Derek Norris, 0 for 2. He is lined out to left and struck out. 0 for 6 in the series. That's a fair ball down the left field line. It caroms off the seats. Bethancourt is in at 3rd. A pair of singles open up the San Diego 7th against Zach Greinke. Big hit for Derek Norris, who was 5 for his last 59. Bullpen will get busy for the D-backs. Randall Delgado, he was up and down all night last night. Never did get into the ball game. And he's warming up quickly. Steve Hathaway, the left-hander, will join him.
Yeah, when Randall Delgado's phone rings in his room at the hotel, he just jumps out of bed and starts throwing.
He's had days where he's gotten hot 2 or 3 times over the course of the game and not come in. Here's the shortstop, Nick Noonan, 0 for 2. Pitcher spot is due up next. Alexei Ramirez in the on-deck circle. Fastball missed, and it's 1-0 on Noonan. It's 7 games of the Padres this year, 3 for 18 at the plate. Called up a week ago from AAA El Paso, former San Francisco Giant first-round pick. That was back in 07. Zach Greinke just not getting any strikes with his changeup. The slider has not been there. Curveball, I don't know if he's thrown a curveball tonight.
I don't recall seeing one.
He's been getting by primarily with fastball location. 85 pitches, 55 strikes. Jake Lamb, even with a bag at third, middle infield is back for the D-backs. Goldie holding Norris on the base at first. Fly ball deep left center. This will get Bethancourt home. Bourne's under it. Here he comes. Norris will hold it first, and the game is tied. RBI for Nick Noonan. It's 2-2. Alexei Ramirez will hit for the pitcher. 241 and 5 homers. He flied out in his only at bat last night. That snapped a 4-game hitting streak. The middle and into center. Norris will stop at second. That's the 3rd hit in the inning for the Padres. Chip Hale making his way out to the mound. He's got Delgado and Hathaway warming up for the bullpen. The hitter will be the leadoff man, Jankowski, who's 1 for 3 tonight.
And no sign to the bullpen yet. Sometimes with this veteran Zach Greinke, Chip will let him plead his case out there on the mound if he thinks he should stay in the ball game.
Well, when you're paying a guy $1 million a start, he gets to have a say, I guess. Got Norris at second, Ramirez at first, and 1 out. So everybody happy with the game plan, and they'll work to the Padre leadoff man. He singled his last time, up 1 for 3. A career high 4 hits in the game last night. He scored 3 runs. Travis Jankowski, the center fielder. 2 on and 1 out. Norris, the catcher, is at second. Ramirez at first. Now Greinke wants to talk it over with Castillo again. They just worked all this out, but not to Zach's liking apparently. Jankowski has been a tough out in his brief time in the big leagues. A career .382 hitter against the D-backs. 13 hits in 13 games. This is a guy who was hitting only .220 for the year back as recently as July 30th, but last 17 games he's hit .365. Ball one. He just has not been able to throw that slider or changeup for a strike tonight. Missed with another one. Two changeups, a 2-0 count on Jankowski.
And another example where speed comes into play. Jankowski's only grounded into 3 double plays all year long. It would have to be a really hard hit ball right at one of the Diamondbacks infielders to turn 2 with him at the plate. So even if you do get the ground ball you're looking for, chances are you're going to be facing Will Myers with 2 outs in the inning and 2 guys on base.
Here's the ground ball. Segura, Owings for 1, and they turn it.
It was.
Big double play ball rolled right there by Zach Greinke, but the Padres able to get the equalizer. Bethencourt's leadoff single turns into their second run. The 4-6-3 ends the 7th, and we're tied at 2.
This time we head to the top half of the 8th inning. Hey fans, mark your calendar now for the Los D-Backs Hispanic Heritage Day celebration on Saturday, September 10th, presented by Bud Light. Enjoy a pregame APS Street Festival before the D-Backs Giants game with authentic food, music, entertainment, and more. Plus, the first 20,000 fans will get a Los D-Backs soccer jersey courtesy of Pepsi. For tickets, visit dbacks.com.
2-2 ball game as we start the 8th inning. New pitcher for the Padres, the left-hander Ryan Buchter, who got the win in the ball game last night, his 3rd of the year, but he was not especially effective. He walked Ricky Weeks Jr., the pinch hitter, to lead off the 8th inning, and gave up an RBI single to Michael Bourne. And he's on here to start the 8th tonight. Mitch Haniger leads it off for the Diamondbacks. It'll be Haniger, Owings in the pitcher spot, 7, 8, 9. Zach Greinke's double play ball likely, with his spot coming up 3rd in this inning. The last pitch he'll throw tonight, 90 pitches, 58 strikes. But a great example of something the D-backs have struggled with this year on occasion, which is limiting the damage when the other team gets a run in and has a threat going. 2 on and 1 out. He got the 4-6-3 to keep it a 2-2 ball game. Mike Butcher checking in with a bullpen.
And giving all the scenarios. If the score stays the way it is, it'll be pitcher A. If they take a lead, it'll be pitcher B.
Padres have the shift on for Mitch Haniger. He's only played 4 games in the big leagues. They're already trying to figure out a way to stop him. He's walked and singled tonight. Scarf and Alston, he's got the plan. Bullpen quiet for the moment. Delgado and Hathaway had been warming up earlier. And Mitch had 3 balls and a strike. Mitch Haniger 7 hits in 15 at bats to start his major league career. Pretty impressive. 3 hits last night, an RBI double. Tonight he has struck out, walked, and singled. Full count, 3-2. Leadoff man aboard for the Diamondbacks. Second base on balls tonight. Drawn by Mitch Haniger. Another good at bat for the rookie. So he's aboard for the 3rd time in the ball game. Here's Chris Owings, who has singled twice and walked.
It looks like Zach Greinke's going to come out and at least stand in the on-deck circle for the time being.
Well, theoretically, if CO takes one out of here or something like that, you could leave him in, right? Where's the bunt? And it's ball 1.
Or you end up with runners at first and second, nobody out. You might send Zach up there to go ahead and put down the sac bunt. Different ways he could stay in this ball game.
Enrique Burgos has started throwing in the D-backs bullpen. Rough night for both Enrique and Jake Barrett last night. Chip Hale reminded everyone after the ball game that's going to happen as they develop some young relief pitching. Oh, that's close, and they got him. Mitch Haniger gets picked off first. He was the go-ahead run. That's a game changer. You can see the look on Chip's face. Oh, that can't happen.
He wasn't stealing or anything. He just saw the move and thought Buckner was going to home plate. You cannot get picked off if you're willing to give up an out. Chris Owings was showing bunt on the first delivery. Just cannot get picked off in that situation.
He gave up the out. It was just the wrong one. Chris ahead 2-0. He drove in the game's first run with an RBI single in the second. Walked in the 4th, singled his last time up in the 6th. Buchter has that funny thing with his foot.
He's got all kinds of funky stuff going on in this abbreviated windup that he uses. Kind of toe touches a couple times with the right toe and then extends both hands straight out in front of his body and then kind of goes into an abbreviated windup.
Well, he walked Haniger. Now he's behind on Owings 3-0. There's the strike. Greinke still in the on-deck circle. draws the 1-out walk, so Buchter has faced 2 batters, walked them both, and Zach is going to make his way back to the dugout, it looks like. And we'll see Ricky Weeks Jr. So that ends Greinke's night.
Well, still not as dominating as we saw Zach Greinke before the injury, but huge step forward from the last time out.
He found a way to get it done basically with 1 pitch tonight. Ricky 247, 8 home runs. He walked as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning last night. Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, out to talk to Buchter. Ricky Weeks Jr. has homered 3 times in his last 7 games. He's got Owings at first as the go-ahead run and 1 out. Ball 1. Boy, Buchter so far, 13 pitches, only 4 strikes. And this is a guy who gets his share of strikeouts. He's top 10 in the National League among relief pitchers in strikeouts.
Until he starts throwing strikes, you play every pitch like it's a 3-0 count and you have the green light. You're looking for 1 pitch in 1 zone. If he happens to paint the corner with a strike and even the count of 1-1, okay, fine. Now you go to work. But until he proves he can find that strike zone, really narrow down the pitches that you're willing to swing at.
And we've seen Ricky have very patient at bats as a pinch hitter in these situations. He bangs that one into left. Dickerson over to cut it off, and CO flies into third. Ricky Weeks Jr. hustles into second base. A big hit right there for Ricky.
Oh, for a little elevation on that one. That ball was scalded into left field. I mean, Dickerson's playing with his heels on the warning track, and he barely got over there to make a play. Didn't have far to move to his right. That one almost got by him all the way to the wall. As it is, Diamondbacks have 2 runners in scoring position after the Weeks double.
Yeah, he really had to hustle over there just to get to that one. Otherwise, it's off the wall, and Owings is home. So the Haniger pickoff still looming large at this point, but the Diamondbacks in good position to make up for it. Second and third, 1 out. And Gene Segura, already with 3 hits tonight, will be the hitter. And here comes Andy Green to make a pitching change. It's a Diamondback threat tie game in the 8th. Back from San Diego right after this. Diamondbacks have the go-ahead runs in scoring position. Only one out, and the new pitcher for the Padres, the right-hander Brandon Maurer, who wound up with a save in the ball game last night, his 6th of the year. And he'll work to Gene Segura with Chris Owings at third and Ricky Weeks Jr. at second.
I like to see that. They're talking over some situations during the course of the game. I was thinking change up. Well, I was thinking fastball. Well, why were you thinking change up? That's how you get to know a pitcher out there and know what he likes to throw in certain situations, certain hitters.
Infield in for the Padres. Segura with 3 hits tonight, all singles. That one's in the dirt, 1-0. 10 hits for the D-backs, 7 for the Padres. We're tied at 2. Segura doubled and homered last night, drove in 2 runs, scored twice, 3 for 4 tonight. He reaches out and dunks it into right center field. Owings will score. They'll wave Ricky Weeks Jr. He is home as well, and it's 4-2 Diamondbacks. Gene, the hitting machine, his 4th hit tonight. Zach Greinke in line for the win. Mitch Haniger off the hook.
Good point. You know, Mitch Haniger was sitting over in that third base dugout going, somebody pick me up, somebody pick me up. And Gene Segura does, reaches out and just pokes that ball into shallow right center, clearing the bases.
Boy, Gene Segura leading the National League in hits, 4 more tonight. Here's Michael Bourn. Gracie's saying the same thing. Don't worry, you're all right. We picked you up. It's the way we do it here. Michael had a sacrifice bunt in his last at bat. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Tonight is Gene Segura's 3rd 4-hit game this season. That's how you get to lead the league in hits.
Yeah, no kidding.
A 1-1 to Bourn. Well, it's going to be another opportunity for the back end of this young Diamondback bullpen. Jake Barrett and Enrique Burgos had their problems late in the ball game last night. Burgos is ready down in the Diamondback bullpen after they hit for Greinke, so he'll get the bottom of the 8th. 1-2 on Bourn. Alex Dickerson in left. 2 down. And Chip Hale was very honest after the ball game last night when both Barrett and Burgos struggled. He said, look, we warned you guys that this was going to happen. This is part of the process in developing a young pitching staff. Both guys struggled last night. This sort of comes with the territory at this point in the development, I guess. There was going to be some ugliness. That's how he put it.
He didn't lie.
Here's Goldie. He has singled and walked. Also struck out twice. But if you look ahead to 2017 and try and figure out who's going to be back there for you next year, this is a big advantage, I would guess. As spring training outs and guys look good, that's one thing, but this is something else. This is how it's done. Who can do it at this level in these big spots and who can't? This is how you find out. Gene Segura breaks for second. Norris's throw is not in time. Stolen base number 25 for Gene Segura. Well, check that, 26. He's got 2 tonight. Stole third as part of that double steal back in the 7th. And another stolen base in the 8th.
Once again, Norris trying to unload from his knees. That's usually not a good sign for a catcher. That means the guy had a huge jump. It's a fast runner. The pitcher was slow getting you the ball, and you feel that's the only way you can get it down there quickly.
1-1 on Goldie. Fastball missed, 2 balls and a strike. Goldie a walk and a single last night. He's got a walk and a single again tonight. Down and away on the 2-1 pitch. Got it out over the plate just a bit, but he missed it. 2-2. Able to check his swing on that hard fastball. He lays off and the count is full. Giants winners tonight. They beat the Mets 8-1. Dodgers 9-2 losers in Cincinnati. Rockies have come back to tie the Cubs 5-5 at Coors. And another walk for Goldie. He's aboard for the 3rd time tonight. That'll bring up Jake Lamb. Jake Lamb drew a walk against Mauer in the 9th inning last night. That's the 3rd walk in this inning issued by Padre pitchers. Jake 0 for 4. And a lot like Buchter, Mauer having problems throwing strikes.
Consistently pitching himself into good hitters counts here.
On and one. The off-speed stuff that time. Slider got him. This is rolled to first. Backhand stop by Myers. Mauer's over there, and that ends the inning. But the Diamondbacks get 2. Enrique Burgos coming on with a 4-2 lead. Lead in the 8th inning at Petco Park. Hey fans, nobody sees sports quite the way Colin Cowherd and Jason Whitlock do. They have the brains to know and the guts to say. Catch Colin and Jason on for FS1's new daily sports talk show, Speak for Yourself. Weekdays at 3 o'clock only on FS1. Your Arizona Federal Credit Union pitching change for the D-backs. Enrique Burgos on to start the 8th inning, a 2.63 ERA, 27 games this year. Enrique charged with a blown save last night. He came on in a real mess. Bases loaded, 2 outs in the 8th inning. And gave up that 3-run double to Alex Dickerson, but this time he starts off with a clean inning.
Hasn't really been hit hard this season. 226 opponent's batting average, only 1 home run against Burgos. And I still say last night it was the right pitch, just the wrong location.
Well, they'll face Will Myers, Yangervis Solarte, and Alex Dickerson again. 2, 3, and 4 the Padre 8th. And it seems like everything is situational, of course, for Chip Hale and the coaching staff, but it seems like at this point they're almost alternating save opportunities between Barrett and Burgos. Last night it was Barrett who came on first, then Enrique. But tonight it's Burgos who gets the first call. Headed for foul territory. Tomas has enough room, but he can't get there. That's the second time tonight Yasmani has just whiffed on a fly ball out there.
Starting to get close to that sidewall. Decided discretion is the better part of valor here. I'm not going to crash into that wall trying to make a catch, but you can see another step and he gets there.
Didn't really seem to know where the wall was exactly.
A lot of the ballparks we played in lately, that ball's well up into the stands.
And there's no foul territory.
No foul territory down the lines.
Well, there's more down the right field line in this park than there is in the left field corner. 1 and 2 now to Myers. Yasmani, I think it was on the ball that Ryan Schimpf hit on one of his 2 doubles. Yasmani was on the warning track in right field and just flat out missed it, and it dropped in without touching it for a double for Schimpf. Myers has struck out, walked, grounded out. He's 0 for 2. Yes, he went. Mike McClinsky says yes. Second time Myers has struck out tonight. No appeal. Yangervis Solarte 0 for 3. D-backs will put the shift on for Solarte.
You mentioned the closer situation with Jake Barrett and Burgos, both involved in that situation. I think if one or the other would really grab a hold of that job, they get the opportunities. But it seems like every step forward, there's a step backward, and Chip will try the other guy the next day, give him an opportunity. If one or the other would just grab hold of it, they'd be the closer.
Well, Jake had a blown save against the Mets at Citi Field on the last road trip. Solarte shoots that the other way. It drops into left center, and this is going to be extra bases. It rolls all the way to the wall, and he's got a 1-out double. Barrett had the blown save in New York, and Burgos was charged with a blown save last night.
19th double of the year for Solarte. Takes a slider away and drives it into that gap in left center field. You see the Diamondbacks playing that pull shift once again. When that ball's put into play, there's a lot of communication between the infielders. Jake Barrett was on the pull side of the field as he was running by the bag at second to head to cover third. He pointed back at the base at second, indicating to Gene Segura, you stay here and take the bag. Chris Owings went out to be the cutoff man, and Jake ran back to his position at third base.
Well, here's Dickerson, who got Burgos for that bases clearing double last night. And it will be interesting to see the way Enrique attacks the Padre hitters in this inning, because as we mentioned last night, what's worked for Enrique lately is he's been a very aggressive, almost a bully out there with hard fastball after hard fastball, really attacking these hitters. So even after he gave up that hit last night, you don't want to see him back off that. And he's ahead of Dickerson 0-2. Dickerson 0 for 3 with 3 punch-outs tonight. '16 RBIs in his last 20 games, the cleanup man. And he strikes out for the 4th time tonight. 2nd strikeout in the inning for Enrique Burgos. And now he'll work to Ryan Schimpf.
Split finger. Back-to-back split fingers in that sequence to get the strikeout of Dickerson.
Now that pitch has kind of come and gone for both him and Jake Barrett this year. They both toyed with it different times over the course of the season.
Yeah, ideally, they both get confident enough and feel comfortable enough with that pitch to have it be a part of their everyday arsenal, but it is very much a feel pitch, and some days you just don't have it.
Schimpf has doubled twice tonight, 2 for 3. We just saw it again there. Or was that the slider? No, that was the split.
Now the velocity on that splitter and the Enrique Burgos slider are very close, high 80s. And they both have similar movement. The slider has a little more lateral movement down and into a left-handed hitter, whereas the splitter just drops straight down.
Boy, Kurt Schilling made a lot of money with that pitch.
Ooh.
Solarte dancing around back there at second base. Burgos attacking these hitters like you'd like to see. He's ahead 0-2. Well, Harry Solarte just literally jumping up and down back there trying to distract Burgos.
Probably distracting his own teammate at the plate a lot more than he's distracting Burgos.
You're right. Missed with a slider that time. 1-2. Ryan Schimpf. 36 hits this year. 26 of them for extra bases. Solarte at second. 2 outs. 1-2 on Schimpf. In the air, left center, and that ball is going to carry, and it's gone. Ryan Schimpf, a 2-run homer, and we are tied at 4. He's a little guy, 5'9", 180, but he's got some power. And it's another rough night in San Diego for Enrique Burgos and his D-back bullpen.
Looks like he went back to the splitter again. Not a bad pitch. That ball was working its way down below the bottom of the strike zone, and Schimpf just scooped it out of here to left center. I can't believe that ball carried out of here.
Yeah. Opposite field power. There's no wind out there whatsoever. The flags are dead still in left center. Mike Butcher. Yeah, you're right, Bob. It's hard to get on Burgos that time. That was a pretty good pitch. It's not like he left him a hanger. Just went down and got it. So a 4-4 ball game. And Christian Bethancourt will be the hitter. Delgado and Hathaway both warming up again. Those two were throwing earlier. Bethancourt has singled twice and walked. Boy, how did that ball get out of here?
I don't know.
That's just, that didn't make any sense. I mean, that's the deepest part of left center out there. Oh, 0-2. D-backs in the 9th inning will have Tomas Castillo Haniger, 5, 6, and 7. 395, they say, the distance on the Schimpf homer. That's the 4th home run this year for Ryan Schimpf against the D-backs. Jake Lamb. That'll end the 8th inning, but the Padres come back to tie the ball game 4-4 as we head to the 9th in San Diego. In the Diamondback dugout, and we mentioned how the pitch that Ryan Schimpf hit out of here, look where this is. This is like a pitching wedge. That split finger drop straight down, and look at Schimpf go and lift this almost off home plate, and it's a pitching wedge 395 the other way that somehow carried out of here to tie the ball game.
There you go figure. Sometimes on those low pitches, especially for a left-handed hitter, they have to go down so far to dig them out. They get backspin on that ball. That's the only explanation I can give for how far that ball carried.
So here we go, 4-4, 9th inning. New pitcher for the Padres. It's the right-hander Kevin Quackenbush. An ERA just under 3.90, his 43rd appearance. A couple of defensive changes behind him, as Yasmani Tomas is set to lead off the 9th inning. Will Myers will move from first base out to right field, replacing Christian Bethancourt, the catcher who was out there. And Brett Wallace takes over at first. So Wallace will bat 9th and play first. Pitcher spot now 6th in the Padre order. Tomas tonight has doubled, scored a run, and walked. He's 1 for 3. Oh, and 2. Yasmani since the All-Star break hitting .314. 12 home runs and 23 RBIs in his last 26 games. 12 homers since July 24th, the most in the major leagues.
However, he hasn't hit any since yesterday. He's due.
Slacker fights that one off and squibs it the other way. Wallace is on it. Quackenbush is there. And that's the first out in the 9th. Sure enough, Brett Wallace just checks into the ball game. First one finds him. There's Wellington Castillo. Well, he singled in the second. He's 1 for 4. Fastball up and in. It's 1-0. Curveball in there for a strike. 1-1 on Castillo. The rookie Mitch Haniger on deck. Couldn't catch up to the fastball. 1-2.
You know, somewhere A.J. Pollock is probably dialed into this ball game saying, man, I wish I was there and act 2 for 4 lifetime against Quackenbush with 2 bombs.
AJ on his way to join AAA Reno, I believe. Continue his rehab. They had to shut him down for 3 days or so with Visalia. A little bit of an oblique soreness, but that's better again. I guess he hurt it driving to Visalia in the car. It was a long car ride. Started acting up on him. 3-2 to beat Wellington.
I remember playing in that Cal League. We used to have commuter trips. Played in Fresno, and Visalia, I think, was only about 45 minutes away. So you'd play a 4-game series and get on the bus before the game, get on the bus after the game, go back to Fresno.
Castillo just waves at that one. 2 down.
Hard slider from Quackenbush, leading Welly right out of the strike zone that time.
Mitch Haniger has singled and walked twice. He walked to lead off the 8th inning, but was picked off first by Ryan Buchter. D-backs wound up getting 2 runs in that inning. And you never know how things may have gone, but boy, that run would be nice right now. Every time the D-backs have scored in the ball game, the Padres have answered in the home half. 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th. Fly ball out to right for Will Myers. 1-2-3 9 for Kevin Quackenbush. All tied up at Petco. Our Gila River game summary. As you can see here, every time the Diamondbacks score in the top half of an inning, the Padres get the equalizer in the home half. A good night for Gene Segura, 4 for 5. But we're all tied up as we start the bottom of the 9th inning. And the new pitcher for the Diamondbacks is Randall Delgado. 56 appearances, a 4.30 ERA. He has worked a lot lately. Pitched on 3 consecutive days, Saturday and Sunday in Boston, then the Monday opener against the Mets. And had to come on to finish up Wednesday's win over New York with 2/3 of an inning. He was hot a couple of times, both last night and tonight. And so he's finally in there to start the 9th against Derek Norris. Norris, Noonan, and Wallace, 7, 8, 9 in the Padre 9th inning. Those pitches fouled back, and it's 0-1. Derek Norris, 6 for his last 60 up there.
Starting to show some signs tonight, however. Lined out hard to Haniger in left field back in the 2nd inning. Got a base hit in the 7th.
Randall dropped that slider in there for a strike, and it's 0-2. Every time we score, they score. Just got a piece of that fastball, and it stays 0-2. And a 7:40 local start here in San Diego. It's something they tried that everybody agrees doesn't work, and the Padres, I guess, have already admitted that they're going to do away with these 7:40 starts next year. But if it weren't for a tie game at Coors Field, I think this would be the only game still going. Cubs and Rockies are all even. Called strike 3. Delgado rings up Norris to start the 9th. Cubs and Rockies 5-5 in the 10th. They're still playing in Kansas City, where I think they had a rain delay thanks to the Royals. Nick Noonan. Noonan drove in the Padre run in the 7th that tied it 2-2 with a sacrifice fly. Round pick by the Giants in 07. He played in fewer than 80 games with San Francisco. Signed with the Padres this spring. 2-2. Fastball missed away, full count. Red Wallace on deck. That's a misplay.
That's a bad misplay. The guy had a glove, too.
You're going to bring your glove More power to you, but you got to make the play.
It was like he was signaling for a field goal, and the ball went right between his hands.
Noonan able to lay off that one. He draws a 1-out walk. So the Padres have the winning run at first base. 1 out. Here comes Chip Hale. Brett Wallace coming up. Wallace, a left-hand hitter. Looks like he's going to go get Steve Hathaway in here. And that'll do it for Delgado. Inning, Padres have the winning run at first with a 1 out. The left-hand hitting Brett Wallace stepping up, so Chip Hale brings in his lefty Steve Hathaway, the rookie. 10 appearances with the Diamondbacks since he was called up from the minor leagues at the end of July, and he's worked a lot lately. 3 consecutive days, Saturday, Sunday, Monday against the Red Sox and Mets, and then pitched again Wednesday in the win over New York.
Now, very limited action for Hathaway up to this point, but he's actually done much better against right-handed hitters. He's held them to a .231 batting average. Against the lefties, they've hit .368 against Hathaway.
First at bat tonight for Brett Wallace, the Sun Devil. D-backs have the shift on. He's hitting .194 with 6 home runs this year and struck out as a pinch hitter in his only at bat last night. Good start for Hathaway. Curveball in there for a strike, 0-1. Missed with a fastball, a ball and a strike. Wallace 4 hits in his last 38 at bats. That's dating back to the first week of July. He's been used primarily as a pinch hitter this year for Andy Green. Two and 1. Patrick Corbin has started warming up in the Diamondback bullpen. Two on Brett Wallace.
guessing that Hathaway is just in the ball game to try to get the Diamondbacks out of this bottom half of the 9th inning. Pitcher spot due up second for the D-backs in the top half of the 10th, and I'm sure at that point Patrick Corbin would come in just to eat up as many innings as possible out of that bullpen.
That's the advantage of having a former starter back there. They can get some length out of both Corbin and Escobar, a couple of left-handers. So Escobar in the ball game last night. 2-2 to Wallace. Oh, they got Noonan picked off. He was going on first move, and the Padres with the winning run on in the 9th, run into an out on the bases. Two outs, 2-2 on Wallace. Full count, Jankowski on deck. He walked him. Hathaway will get a crack at the left-hand hitting Jankowski now, who singled in the 5th. He's 1 for 4 tonight. Coming off a career-high 4-hit game last night. So now it's Wallace who's the winning run. 2 down for Jankowski. And here comes Mike Butcher.
Diamondbacks don't have to pay a lot of attention to Brett Wallace over there at first base. There's very little chance he will stray far from the bag at first. Just really focus on the pitches you're making to the hitter at the plate.
And that's Jankowski, who's a career .382 hitter against the Diamondbacks. 14 hits in 14 games.
Maybe a pickoff throw just to make sure Wallace wasn't taking off on first movement.
Patrick Corbin has sat down in the D-backs bullpen, and Daniel Hudson is warming up now, the right-hander. Fastball in there, and it's 0-1. Tapper back to the mound. Steve Hathaway collects it. Got a hurry to get Jankowski. And Hathaway gets the job done. That sends us to the 10th, and San Diego tied at 4. Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. Feed it. Bruce Owings will lead off the 10th. Kevin Quackenbush back out there for Andy Green. CO has reached base safely in all 4 plate appearances, 2 singles and 2 walks. He's got an RBI, scored a run. Swing and a miss. Well, we had 26,000 in here to start, and when that last out was made in the bottom of the 9th inning, I'm going to say about 15,000 left. Don't want to miss a Friday night in the gas lamp, I guess. 0-2. D-backs fans are still here.
I wonder if the Padres have thought about having the start time of ball games here at Petco right at the closing time of the bars in the gas lamp. 2:15 in the morning.
I'm not sure I can make that work. Boy, CO can't check. Quackenbush elevated the fastball, and he's got his 2nd strikeout. Phil Gosselin will hit for the pitcher Hathaway. Pitcher spot still 9th in the Diamondback order. Phil 270 and 2 homers. Flied out as a pinch hitter last night. There is a little bit of a history between these two, Kevin Quackenbush and Phil Gosselin. And it's advantage Diamondbacks. This was Gosselin Quackenbush round 1 right here at Petco Park earlier this year.
They came back in April.
One and one. Phil Gosselin sort of jabs at that one and knocks it into right field, a 1-out single. That'll bring up Gene Segura.
Always good to have runners on base ahead of Gene. Gene, the hitting machine, breaking ball that hung up over the inside part of the plate, and Gosselin fights it off to the right side for a 1-out base hit.
Well, the D-backs got a pinch hit double from Ricky Weeks Jr. in the 8th. Now a pinch single by Gosselin in the 10th. He's at first, 1 out for Segura, who's already had a 4-hit night. Segura doubled and homered last night. He's got 4 singles tonight. He's stolen 2 bases. He's driven in 2 runs. Here's the requisite fastball up and into Gene. 1-0. Quackenbush has got that mohawk going. He's got the big beard. Two and 0. Three balls and no strikes. Quackenbush worked a 1-2-3 9th. Struck out Owings to lead off the 10th, but a single by Gosselin. Now 3-0 on Gene Segura. Gosselin's got a big jump at first. He stops. Norris drops the ball. Phil took 2 or 3 steps towards second base, put the brakes on. Norris saw it, bobbled the ball. But by then, Phil had already stopped.
Well, we talked about that 3-0 steal the other day. Everybody forgets about the runner on the 3-0 count. The pitcher's just focused on throwing a strike. A break for Norris here. That ball actually hit the home plate umpire and came right back to him.
Fly ball, very shallow left center, and oh, it drops in. Noonan can't get it. 5th hit tonight for Gene Segura. And the Diamondbacks have 2 on and 1 out in the 10th.
Well, we knew Dickerson had no chance to get to that ball. He consistently plays out there just in front of the warning track in left field, and even with Travis Jankowski's speed in center, he couldn't get there. Noonan, the only guy that could possibly make a play, and couldn't make the over-the-shoulder catch.
Boy, Gene Segura came into the game tonight leading the National League in hits, and he's got 5 singles. Five for 6. Here's BOURN. 0 for 4 so far.
And now the Padres will bring their outfielders in all the way around. That represents the potential winning run out there at second base.
Breaking ball is strike 1. There go the runners, double steal. Pitch is a strike, and they're both in there. Second double steal of the ball game for the Diamondbacks. Goslin at third and Segura at second for Gene. That's his 3rd stolen base tonight.
Well, they obviously have something on Quackenbush. That was too easy that time.
Now the infield comes in for the Padres. 0-2 on BOURN with 1 out. Daniel Hudson is ready in the Diamondback bullpen. And Michael strikes out. 2 down.
Big breaking ball from Quackenbush ends up in the dirt behind home plate. Michael just looking to guide something through that drawn in infield.
Well, you've got first base open and Goldie up. Infield will back off now with 2 outs. And they're going to give Goldie the free pass. This will be his 3rd walk tonight, his 2nd intentional. And they'll pitch to Jake Lamb. Well, Andy Green is no dummy. He knows certainly what Goldie can do, and he's looked at the numbers and he's seen that Jake right now is in a 2 for 37 slump.
And no chance to play matchups. He's burned both of his left-handed relievers earlier in the ball game, Buchter and Hand.
So the bases are loaded. 2 outs, 4-4 in the 10th, and here's Jake Lamb. Jake 0 for 5 tonight. Mom and Dad are here visiting from Washington State. They've come down from Seattle. Mom wearing her Lamb 22 jersey. Goslin is at third. Segura at second and Goldschmidt at first. 4-4 in the 10th, 2 outs. Fastball is inside for ball 1. Can't hold up that time. A ball and a strike. Another elevated fastball from Kevin Quackenbush. One and two. Upstairs again. That time Jake laid off, and he's even 2 balls and 2 strikes. It's 35 pitches now for Kevin Quackenbush. Two and two. And up again and again, Jake lays off, and it's a full count. I think a couple of Padre fans just threw themselves in front of Dick Enberg.
Wise move.
Yep. Bases loaded, 2 outs, 3 balls, 2 strikes. Here it is. Got him. Diamondbacks leave them loaded in the 10th. It's still 4-4. Inning cannot get the go-ahead run across, and so it's up to Patrick Corbin to hold serve in the bottom of the 10th inning. Now pitching out of the bullpen for the Diamondbacks. With an ERA just a tick below 5.5. He'll work to Will Myers, Yangervis Solarte, and Alex Dickerson. 2, 3, and 4 for the Padres. The heart of the order for San Diego really hasn't done a whole lot tonight. Myers is 0 for 3 with a walk. Solarte 1 for 4 with a double. And Dickerson has struck out all 4 times he's been up there.
Yeah, that was our key to the game. If you remember, pay attention to the top of the batting order for the Padres. They've done a nice job of keeping those guys at the top off base in this game.
Yeah, most of the damage done by Ryan Schimpf, the second baseman, who has 2 doubles and a homer. Bethancourt, couple of singles, an RBI, a run scored. Noonan, a sac fly RBI. So Myers, who was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, a lead off the 10th. He walked in the 3rd. Myers hitting only .235 since the All-Star break. He was an All-Star this year. And hit here in his home park in the home run derby. Lines it right to Seal on the short hop. One down. Defensive change for the D-backs. Phil Gosselin, who got that pinch hit single in the 10th, remains in the game. He'll take over for Jake Lamb at third base. Pitcher spot is now 4th in the Diamondback order. Here's Solarte, who doubled and scored his last time up, 1 for 4. The switch hitting Solarte, batting from the right-hand side against Patrick. He hits equally well from either side, but most of his power comes as a left-hand hitter. Corbin behind, 2 balls and no strikes. Cubs have taken a lead at Colorado. They have a 6-5 edge over the Rockies. They're in the 11th inning at Coors. Twins and Royals are tied up 4-4 in the 9th. Those are the only other 2 games still in progress in the Major League schedule. 3-0 to Solarte. A 1-out walk, the winning runs aboard for San Diego. And here's last night's hero, Eric Dickerson. Dickerson had the hit that won it for the Padres last night. That bases clearing double in the 8th. But so far tonight, 0 for 4 with 4 punchouts. Solarte does not run a whole lot. He's only got 1 stolen base on the year. First pitch slider from Corbin. Dickerson doesn't see too many at bats against left-hand pitchers, just over 220 this year. Solarte wandered well off the bag at first, but he scampers back in time. No throw from Castillo.
Well, he's done a nice job tonight blocking pitches in the dirt. He's had a number of them with Padre runners on base, and every time he's been able to keep that ball in front and hold that runner at the base.
Well, we had a long one last night, 3 hours 49 minutes. San Diego won it 9-8. And tonight we're approaching the 4-hour mark. That slider missed, and it's 2-1. Dickerson's done a nice job filling in the cleanup spot, providing some pop in the outfield after they traded Kemp and Upton. Last 20 games, he's got 12 extra base hits and 16 RBIs. He's ahead 2 balls and a strike.
It's a fadeaway pickoff attempt. Well, he was kind of falling into foul territory on the third base side. Once again, Solarte had strayed far off the bag down there. He just kind of snapped the throw as he was falling backwards.
Solarte, the winning run at first with a 1 out. 3-1 on Alex Dickerson. Up the middle and into center, a base hit. Solarte will stop at second. Winning run in scoring position with a 1 out for Ryan Schimpf, who has been a Diamondback nemesis to say the least this year. Tonight, 2 doubles, a homer. He scored twice and knocked in 2. He's homered 4 times against the D-backs this season. The only run that matters is down there at second. Pitcher spot is due up next for the Padres, and Adam Rosales is in the on-deck circle. 2 on, 1 out for Schimpf. There it goes, way back and gone. The Padres walk it off. Ryan Schimpf, his 2nd home run tonight, his 5th against the Diamondbacks this year. And the D-backs drop this one 7-4. Second time this year the Padres have beaten the Diamondbacks in this ballpark with a walk-off homer. It was Melvin Upton Jr. back in April. Tonight it's the rookie second baseman Ryan Schimpf.
The little guy's got some pop. We talked about it last night. He demonstrated it tonight. 2 doubles, 2 home runs, drove in 5, including the game winner right here. Just a center cut fastball, no doubt about it.
Ryan Schimpf has 38 hits this season. 28 of them are for extra bases. And that would have been out over the old fence at Petco. And so the D-backs have dropped the first 2 games of this 4-game series in San Diego. 7-4 the final in 10 innings tonight. And they certainly had their chances. Left the bases loaded in the top half of the 10th, and they lose it in the home half. Ryan Schimpf, the hero. 2 doubles and 2 home runs. Diamondbacks Live, presented by CenturyLink, is coming up next from San Diego.